Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome back for some more racing. We're going to do some race room and then we'll do some racing with subscribers. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Hopefully you're ready for some racing. I'm going to go with the Ferrari, I think. Select car, register, here we go. Straight in there, guys. That's what we love about the new race room. You can get straight in there to a race. No messing around, just get straight in there. Get straight in there, boys. Who will be first in the stream? That's the real question. Who will be here first? Who dare enter the room of muscle? Do you dare disturb my slumber? Oh, it's Drazen. Drazen Buddis. I am Drazen Buddis of Alpha Centauri. I have travelled many light years to embolden your people with knowledge that I have received through generations. The knowledge is that life and existence itself is futile. We regret even being born. I shall now leave. Oh, thanks, Drazen. Thank you. Only Sims. Hello. Robo Muscle. I am. How's it going? Every time I go to Germany and I see an attractive German woman, I go, hello. Hello. Oh dear. Yeah, don't you? I think everyone should do that at least once in their life. Once in a lifetime. Oh yeah, I was going to do some force feedback settings. Explain. Can you explain that to me? I need to fix my OBS recording because it's messed up. I think I use up all the space on my hard drives, which is not good. Recording. Hello, Diamond Dogs. You tried pressing the like button to cure your Evo depression. Didn't work. Oh, right, hang on. Let me just see if this is working. Let's see. I record onto a network drive for when I'm recording from this computer, and we recorded a bunch of stuff. And if for some reason it was just a black screen, which is a bit weird. Let's see if this worked. Oh no, it's working now. Yeah. So it's a shame because we did the MX-5 in iRacing to do a comparison video. It didn't record. Delete those two items. There we go. Maybe I think I ran out of hard drive space. Oh well, we're good there. Yeah. You don't need to cure your depression. Depression's good. Keeps you on track. There's a lot of stuff to be depressed about, you know. I've got a cappuccino though. I've got my coffee machine working again. Pixel therapy. Hello. I'm a computer. I do computery things. What did you say? That's what the AI will be like. I would like to go outside and see the sunshine. What? I'd like to talk with some of my friends. I'm looking forward to the real life reenactment of Terminator films. It's gonna be well good. That's what it'll be like in real life, guys. Are you excited? I am Terminator. I will terminate you. It's a stupid name. Terminator. I am the Terminator. The termination is the destination. My force feedback settings are the destination right now, actually. Why is it not working? Come on, Moser. Show me your Moser. It's recommended to update to latest firmware version. Active. Oh, it's called active. That's what you're doing. Moser, you're drunk. Oh yeah, we're going to do force feedback. We've got 50 seconds until registration closes. We're good, right. Right, we're recording a video, guys. We're recording a video. Video captured. Where's this pointing at the flies here? Would I upgrade from GT SimLab to P1? No. No, I wouldn't. They're all fine. Don't bother. Save your money. And all T-slots fine. Don't worry about it. Don't concern yourself. Let's do a force feedback settings video. This camera's pointing at my groin. That's not ideal. Nobody wants a groin cam. Right. Show me your groin, ladies. Oh, I've got a really big groin. Oh, I'm not interested in that. I like small groins. the kind that you find in coastal regions. Is that called a groin? What's it called? Is it called a groin? What's it called, guys? In when they break, stop tidal erosion. Is that called a groin? Show me your groin. I'd like a groin, please. Please, sir. I'd like one more groin. Oh, my shaft's wobbling. Bloody hell, I look like a lime. Hello, Daniel Morton. Oh, I can't put that here because then my camera's blocking my bloody... Oh, I'm trying stuff here, guys. It's all failing. Everything's a failure. I'm a failure. This is why YouTube takes so long. The failure of YouTube. I am the fail. I have become fail. Mr. Fail, they call me.
The pace car is out of control.
Sir Fail of Fail. Sir Fail of Galilee. I think I've just broken my... I know. You need a good firm shaft. Everyone knows that. I'm going to write a book. It's going to be called My Firm Shaft. How to maintain a firm shaft. A firm shaft is the key to happiness. Ow! My shaft's bending off. What a bent shaft. No, I'm gonna have to try defrosting it again. Motive. It's a fridge disaster. Or I'm just gonna buy a cheapo fridge if I have to, which is fine. Technically, I stole that fridge off my last girlfriend, so so technically I haven't even ever bought a fridge, so it's all right. She was like, we're splitting up, but you can keep the fridge. And I was like, fair deal. Sounds good to me. At first I was sad, but when I realised I was getting a fridge out of this, I was quite happy. It was all about the fridge at the end. Right. Who doesn't like a fridge? What's got more value? A woman or a fridge? I think a fridge is pretty good. A woman won't give you food poisoning unless you're really upset her. A fridge will. Or lack of fridge will. Right. But yeah, that was a workout, guys. My arms are hurting. After all that movement, why is this camera too high? I hate cameras. They keep watching me. Show me your camera box. Is that what happens when you put a camera in your groin? It's a camera box. How expensive are DLCs? About that much. Trying to fix everything here. Should do this before you start live streaming if you're good at what you do, but I'm not, so it doesn't matter, does it? See. Move that down. There you go. Look at that. Did I move forwards or something? What's that distance? I don't know. 1 Egyptian cubit. I really wanted to have some Stargate. We raided that guy yesterday. Forgotten his channel name already. But he had like X-Files. Oh, we've got 1 minute. He had our X-Files sound effects, and I was like, oh, I want Stargate sound effects on my live stream. But then I'm like, oh, we'll get copyrighted. I'm not allowed to have fun. There we go, look at this. That's good. Beautiful. Alles gut. Doesn't really matter what we pick, does it? They're all cars. They all do the same thing. Okay. Woo! How is it compared to other major sims? About this. If other sims are like... It depends which other sim. I mean, some sims are this. Some sims are this. Some sims are this. Race Room is kind of this. We all know that AC is this. Not everyone can communicate through interpretive dance to the degree that I can, though, so, you know. Do you know what Game of Muscle is? Game of Muscle is this. What a ledge. Do you know what Game of Muscle subscribers are? Don't get that confused with what a lot of people think that means. Oh dear. Why would you subscribe to this channel? At least if you're a Game of Muscle subscriber, you're not a Game of Muscle channel member. They're this. And then the donors, Game of Muscle donors, they're this.
I am the champion of the ninja.
Oh no, look what he is. T, thanks for the wings. Thank you very much. So dumb. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting us. you do know that means you're going to be open to abuse. Right. What are you doing here? Practice? Please abuse me. I would like to be abused. Show me the abuse. Look at these slow loaders, guys. These guys must have terrible computers. If you find it hard to load into Race Room, you really need... yeah, you need to sort your computer out. What's this? What's going on here? There we go. Why was that doing that? It's crazy. What was I going to do here? Oh yeah, I was gonna adjust this. For Race Room, I think we can put this up here. Yeah. What doing? That's alright. It's broken up for my wheel for some reason. Oh yeah, the rev light seemed broken. That's weird. Yeah. It's just because I'm that good. I'm that fast that the engine's always at 100 RPM. It's weird, isn't it? Wonder if this will fix it. Oh, it's working on the little mini thing. Yeah, the dash is just messed up. That's weird. Here we go. When's my review? We did a video on this. We've done reviews on this. Hell Night, hello. We were up till late last night. You could have joined us late last night. I think you probably did. Let's take some fuel out. We won the last one we did of this, so we'll win this, fine. I know. Well, that's what I was saying. But now you're here. No escape. No escape. What's the horizontal blue bar at the bottom of your dash screen on your wheel? It's the Moser flashing random bar. It's really helpful. What it is it helps me stay awake by being unpredictably random. It's a great feature. It's actually my heartbeat. For some reason right now Race Room's telemetry's a bit messed up with Moser wheels. I don't know why. It's alright though, 'cause I'm so good I don't get distracted by these things. That's what happens when you're at my level. Don't have to worry about these things. One day you'll be that good. Underfueled for quality a bit too much here, but should get 2 laps. Get in there, hedgehog. The new Logitech DD looks alright. I'm sure it's pretty good. Clipping's disabled, yeah. I had to disable it because we had people clipping stuff out of context and then reposting it online to try and get us cancelled. So sadly we had to remove clipping. Also, we also had a bunch of like rage clippers. Just like people that would they were like clipping just to like then again take stuff out of context and then post online in random places. Really weird, just really weird hater behaviour. I mean, I should be grateful that the channel got large enough for people to be that dedicated to hating us, but it's like, have you not got a life? Like, why would you spend your time doing that? There was a dedicated Game of Muscle hater discords as well. How stupid are people to waste their time? Like, if you don't like something, don't engage with it. Life's too short. I think some people don't realise that they're going to be dead soon. Matt, my bro, hey, my bro. We're going to do some racing with subs in AC later as well. Yeah, it's super weird. Is that a threat? Life is just so short. Why, if you don't like something, why engage with it? Why dedicate? If you don't like something and you want to get it to be, and you want it to be better, you need to be like constructive in approach. You're not, unless you're in a position of power, you're not going to be able to be destructive in approach to get a result. And even then, that's debatable how well that works. So it's super weird. People, I think it's just like frustrated behaviour. Like, yeah, so I think some people are just very frustrated. And they're trying to offset from their own frustration, I think, is very common. That'll do. No fuel for me. Yeah, it is weird though, isn't it? I don't know how long this race is, but 15 laps would be enough. Our racing staff. Damn you, Game of Muscle, with your critical points of our simulator that dismantle our marketing bollocks. Damn you to hell. Hello, Nikolai. Hello, guys. Hello. Was 1 minute left to quali, but We're a little bit off the pace here. 141.8, 38. We need to do some hot laps, really. I need to increase the field of view a bit, actually. For me. How do we do this? Just a little bit. I find a bit higher field of view makes my a little bit less sensitive to motion sickness. That'll do. The sun's not even up yet. It's up here, but I've not been outside for 2 days. This is the third This Is Really Good stream. I've just got bored of like making YouTube titles, so we just call everything This Is Really Good because it is. That's what it is. This is really good. Should we retitle Twitch that as well? Let's do it. This is really good. You know, this is really good. What's really good? Nobody knows, but this is. I've beaten the code. You watch all the other YouTubers copy me as they always do. I invented YouTube and then everyone started copying me by uploading videos, you know. You watch. I have to say, actually, the most copied YouTuber in the sim racing scene is probably Steve, Super GT. Super GT did the yellow text title at the top of the he'd been doing that for years, and then like a whole bunch of people started copying him. It was really funny. Not even they didn't even try. They didn't even try to make it look different. They do like same font, same thing, just at the top. It's like, oh, come on, guys. Copyright Steve Brownlee 1993. My bro. Oh shit, we're starting. Fuel, here we go. 15 lap. Oh, yes, it's fine. Okay. Here we go. It's time to KW. Time to get your KWs. It's alright, actually. Look at my little hands. Yeah, that was the world's quickest start lights. Where are you going? What was that? Kebab shop special. Yoink. You don't leave the inside open like that, matey. Come on. You're lucky that I'm generous here. I'm there. Oh, not in the ass, mate. Not in the ass. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Come on, man. You know I had that. You left the door open. Textbook overtake that. Hopefully we didn't break his... Was he quit? Why did he quit the game after that? It was just double racing. Oh well. We didn't break his car. Sadly, that was a 80-year-old who'd just broken their wrists. I'm on the inside. Not quite. Hello. Yeah, LMU has really bad force feedback. But the fan base, as usual, are incapable of understanding that. The developer knows. They'll probably work on it. It's just not top priority. So, because most people in sim racing don't understand how force feedback's useful, and most people just end up memorising stuff. So people just get used to whatever's there, and then they'll go, "Oh, it's great force feedback." It's just how it is. It's a shame though, because I think to me that's why I think LMU could be a lot more fun to play if the force feedback was a lot more dynamic. I was hoping someone could make like a Marvin's app for it, but the difficulty is it depends on the telemetry from the game to enable that, and I'm not sure what the telemetry is like from that. What a move! Thank you. He left the door open and we sent it. What a delivery. He's a weapon, guys. This game of muscle. What a weapon. Absolutely granddaddied him. Well, LMU, it's just like it's R Factor 2 force feedback. It's once you're going fast, if you're going fast and you've got a car with a bit of downforce, like the hypercars, it's fine. And then stuff like track texture, bumps and things is great. But then that's why flat spotting's massively over the top. But stuff like actual tyre grip and limit feel, the thing that actually matters, is really bad. It's really bad in R Factor 2 as well. But as I say, most people, probably the vast majority of sim racers, don't know what's relevant with force feedback, and then it becomes an online echo chamber that basically, if there's lots of vibrations and stuff and really strong self-aligning, it turns into an online echo chamber of, oh, this is really good force feedback, because the majority of people have no idea what good, like, useful force feedback is. So that's just how it is. Same thing happened with thanks for following. Same thing happened with ACC, right? It's very strong self-aligning, really good bumps and textures, and as a result, it was an online echo chamber of, oh, the force feedback's great, you know, Game of Muscle's an idiot, he just doesn't understand. There's nothing you can do, because it's one of those things, like VR, someone has to use a VR headset to understand why VR's are so good, right? And some people get it. Some people have an imagination and can understand why a VR headset would be good before they use it. But like a lot of people can't imagine something without experiencing it. That's like probably 70% of people can't think of things. They're not creative, basically, so they can't think of something that they've not experienced. And that's the problem with force feedback, VR, lots of these things. There's a lot of people that just can't. They can't understand something unless you show them it. It's a bit frustrating. These people hold back a lot of things, but well, look, you can like it, but it's not very useful. So what you like and dislike is a different thing. But yeah, you know. Let's get through here. We missed the apex, don't worry about that. No, but there isn't a head egg, there isn't. I tell you what, matey. Load up AC1 or iRacing with Marvin's force feedback app, dial in the force feedback in those sims, which isn't hard to do, and then get back to me. It's like someone going to McDonald's and being like, oh, I really like McDonald's burgers. They've got loads of flavour. And it's like, okay, it's edible, I guess. But then have like a real burger with like fresh, you know, like a nice juicy burger with fresh vegetables and nice sauce. And then go back to McDonald's and tell me the difference, right? This is the thing. A big thing with sim racing is people get used to the game that they're currently playing, and they don't switch from sim to sim that much as well, so that it's easy. So I played iRacing for like months at a time, and you can start to be like, oh, actually, you know, this is fine, you know, whatever. You get used to it, and then it takes you jumping back into the other sims, and you're like, oh shit, this is what's missing. Yeah, I'd saved him, guys, from a scolding. How fun is that? He disagrees with me, but he's paying me by watching adverts. Owned. Advertise victory. Yeah, unfortunately, if I have to get a train really early in the morning when I'm flying somewhere, hard life I know, or like if I'm getting on the Eurotunnel, sometimes I have to get a train really early. The only thing that's open is McDonald's, so sometimes I'll get myself like a coffee and whatever the terrible stuff, muffin or something. Luna BP, yeah, maybe I need to make a video explaining to people what they should be feeling from force feedback, or like just explaining what's important. But you know, I'm not a real race driver, so it doesn't matter what I say. Ironically, a real race driver would probably give you the wrong information, because a real race driver will say you don't feel much through the steering wheel in a real car. It's like, correct, this is a simulator, therefore you have to feel more. So ironically, people listen to a real race driver and what they say, when actually they're going to give them really bad advice for sim racing and video games. Like, turns out that racing sims are fundamentally a different activity and abstract from real driving. And also, that's another thing that people struggle with as well, is that sometimes, if something's abstract, sometimes it takes an abstract solution to get closer to the reality. That's something that people really struggle with. So, like, if you look at some paintings in real life, right? Like paintings, some impressionist paintings convey the mood and feel of a scene or a person or an event better than a like a literal what do you call it, like photorealism, right? An impressionist painting can convey the emotion in a painting of what a place would feel like, you know, over the top colours or like blur or like pointillism or whatever, can convey more to a viewer of that painting than if you were to, do you know what I mean? Or like a non-literal situation. Like, you could do a really photorealistic picture of the streets of Paris, paint it immaculately, but it wouldn't necessarily convey the sense of community spirit or the smell of the you know, or the lighting in certain situations, or, you know, the actual vibe. It would just be like, you know. So that's the thing, is that, but this is, so again, a lot of people doing sim racing are very literal people that don't understand abstraction. So it's a hobby that really and motorsport and cars are, again, something that attracts the dullest people on earth. So, you know, that's just the unfortunate side effect of cars, motorsport and sim racing. But it's just how it is. It's just life, guys. Yeah, any road car with power steering will feel really bad, pretty much, in real life. Some race cars with power steering can feel okay for detail. But also the just the steering geometry and stuff in with soggy suspension will feel really bad in most cars through the wheel. So this is the Porsche that almost killed us at the start. It's come back to get us. Never one to shy away from slagging off your audience. Well, I'm just to the point. I always appreciate people that were direct. I think it's the Dutch in me. I must have some like German Dutch in me. Oh, look at this. This guy's lost it. Bonus position. Merry Christmas. I think he'll fall for this. I'm gonna overtake him on the right. You ready? Why is my car so slow? Here we go. A little bit aggressive. He's got space. He turned it to us there. It's fine. Where's he going? He's got a bit of a drunk drive going on here. What are you doing? Okay, some interesting driving from this guy. What are you doing, mate? I don't know, his car's broken. Well, we got past him. Watch out for him trying to punt us, I think. He's blocking the next car as well now. Oh, I think he's got damage. That's why he's blocking. Well, we got past him, that's all that matters. Now go on a 12-minute wrap. Well, yeah, if that was iRacing, it would have been race over, wouldn't it? And you'd be waiting 30 minutes for another race. That's the thing. Rather than it being like, what on earth are they doing? This is a bit weird, but it's a challenge to overtake them. It would have been, oh, that's it. Car wrecked. Lol. You know. It would have been car wrecked. That's it. Race over. No fun. Just because one person decided to be a blocker. Also, you wouldn't be able to react to what they're doing because it's all preemptive. You wouldn't be able to. You can't immediately react to what a car in front's doing if it's at the wrong point in the corner because the trajectory wouldn't work out. So it's just how it is, but everyone accepts it in our race, and it's really weird. Beautiful. Got a good 6th place out of that. Only 8 instant points as well, so not too bad. I think that guy got a DQ in the end. Not sure what was going on there. Very, very weird driving. Nice. Cheers, everyone. T. Ribeiro with the win there. Yeah, we're going to have to do some hot lapping and some setup shenanigans to be competitive, I think. We're a bit off the pace. My bro! My bro! Right. Oh no. We can do a super touring. Why not? The Appendix Free Club. Can you ask a question? This one doesn't count. So can you ask 2 questions is really what you're saying. Is the question, why are you so talented and amazing? I mean, I can't answer that, so that's that question answered. No, you should never ask to ask a question, because you should just ask a question, because obviously the person will then just answer the question if they're going to. So you don't need to ask permission. It's honestly, just never ask to ask a question. Just ask a question. You've wasted brain power. So oh god, it's like going to ChatGPT and going, oh, can I ask a question? We've already burnt down five trees. This is a new stream, Vandis. We did not stream for 25 hours straight. Come on. Order. Look at this, GoldenEye. GoldenEye. James Bond. A sexist man roams the world. International womanizer. Thinking of ChatGPT wastes massive amount of power. It does, yeah. Thanking. Wow. So does spanking. Spanking ChatGPT. Right. Well, we're gonna have to put the circular wheel on for this, aren't we? Also, we were tweaking the force feedback some more here. How long we got? 4 minutes. Oh, we can do the force feedback guide now. Hello. Hello. Right, you ready, guys? Force feedback video. I'm gonna record a force feedback video. Right. What's the settings? What settings are we using? Let's see. Controls. Force feedback. Right, here we go. Right. Force feedback video. Right, you ready? You ready for a video, guys? I'm ready for a video. How long have we got? Like 3 minutes. We do a force feedback video. Right. Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. Welcome to this very quick... I was looking at the wrong camera, guys. I was looking at the wrong camera. That's the live stream camera. The video camera's here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to this quick force feedback settings guide for Race Room, which has just got ranked racing added to it. In this video, I'm going to tell you how to set your force feedback wheel up very quickly. Go. But first, subscribe so you can unsubscribe. Go. Here on the screen, you can see we've got force feedback settings in the game. You go to the settings, you can go to the force feedback tab. What you want to do is you want to set your force feedback up so it's around about 60 or 70. Generally, you just want it so it's at the point where it's not clipping, and that's normally around about 60 or 70. That's the strength. And you've got this little graph here that shows you a sort of example of how that shapes a force feedback signal. I put it on like 60 or 70. That does the job. There's not that many force feedback settings you can adjust in the simulator, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if you want to feel some road texture and you want to feel some details of the road and it feels a bit too smooth on your steering wheel, then you might want to increase this bump amplification setting, and that will give you more like road texture bumps and stuff, but you don't really need it. But I like to put it on like 30 or 40. But in terms of the in-game settings, that's mostly what you need. It is really worthwhile though binding the force feedback meter to a key, the force feedback multiplier plus and negative to something on your wheel or a key. The force feedback meter, if you press that, you'll see if it's clipping in game, because the force feedback meter will be clipping and you'll see it's in the top all the time, so you'll know to reduce your strength. And then the force feedback multiplier is an individual strength per car, so you can adjust the strength for each car. So if a car's like too strong or clipping, or you just want it, the force feedback to be stronger or weaker, you can just push whatever button you've bound to adjust that. So it's really handy from a car to car basis. Now in terms of your wheel settings, we've got the Moser wheel here, the R21. With my Moser, I turn off all the filters and everything on it, to be honest, because you really don't need them. But set your wheel up however you like it in terms of strength. I'm running this at 50% strength here, but you know, some people like it stronger, some people like it weaker. I turn, as I say, all the filters and everything off on my wheel, because I like to generally do stuff through the simulator. And to be honest, with a lot of the modern sims, they have a lot of damper built into them, so you're better off actually turning all these filters off. Don't worry about them. But the one thing that is useful to use as a filter on the Moser is this force feedback effects equalizer, and this allows you to filter off really high frequency kind of toothbrush vibration type effects. And for a lot of people, with most sims like 7 or 8 will probably feel really good, really nice and sort of rubbery. With Race Room, because it's quite muted in force feedback, you might want to move it up a little bit here, maybe like on 9, maybe move this down a bit, and then that'll feel quite nice and natural. But that's about it really. There's nothing else to really adjust or change on the Moser wheel. Depends on what wheelbase you have, but generally the same thing. Remove all the filters and everything and you'll have a good time. If your force feedback wheel is like overactive and you're struggling and fighting your wheel, then that's normally a sign that you have too much or not enough damper or on your wheel, because you know, if it's going crazy, you shouldn't ever be fighting your force feedback wheel. So you might want to increase a bit of natural damping if you were fighting with your wheel. Let's say you're running really strong strength, you might want to then put a bit of natural damper on your wheel. But at first, try everything with all filters off and try to get as much information and detail from the simulator. And then once you've got that and done that, then think about adding damper, which will remove detail but might make it feel less over the top. And again, that's going to depend on how strong you tend to run your wheel. But that's basically it for Race Room. There's not a huge amount that you can change and adjust. And these are the settings I've been using. Totally drivable, totally fine. There you go. Have fun with your sim racing. Thanks for watching this video. Subscribe, hit the like button and cry yourself to sleep. We'll do another one soon. Goodbye. There you go, guys. Force feedback video. Race Room force feedback video. Do you think it was good? I think it was a good video. Oh look, we did it just in time. Got 2 minutes. 10 out of 10 video. How long was the video? Yeah, it's very emotional. How long was the video? Let's see. Did it even record it? Didn't even record, guys. I'll have to do it again. Oh, no, it didn't record. Didn't record. I'm going to have to do it again. Ah, that's YouTube, guys. That's how YouTube works. That's how they get you. Oh, no, here we go. Hello, it did record, Welcome to this quick force feedback settings guide for Race Room, which is good looking guy, this. He knows what he's talking about. In this video, I'm going to tell you how to set your force feedback wheel up very quickly. No editing needed. Do you think that would, do you think that is the information you need? Would that help your settings? 4-minute video. Probably should have said
Hit the like and subscribe so you can unsubscribe.
Yeah, I was too busy focusing on the video to read your comments. Probably should have mentioned wheel rotation, but that's another video someone can do. 1 million views, probably 10 views, it's Race Room. Tell you what is weird, I did a cable video for the Oculus, like the Oculus Link cable, and it's had like 200,000 views, and I just did the video on a whim. I was like, oh, I've done these settings, they might be useful. So stupid how YouTube works. Yeah, I recorded a separate scene. I have multiple OBSs, we have multiple computers. By the way, guys, check out Jacksaw the Ripper. He's on. Give him a follow. Luna BP. Yeah. Well, this is another This is another example of how you know that someone doesn't know what they're talking about with force feedback if they put loads of damper on the wheel initially. It is immediately an indicator that someone doesn't understand what they're doing. So it's really handy. So because. Like the whole point of DD wheels, effectively, like the point of having a really loose, low inertia, low cogging servo motor, right? With like lots of magnets with very well tuned. So there's you have flux between the coils and the magnets. There's like a gap in the magnetic thing, so the electronics oscillate the signal to like try and bridge all that. Anyway, the whole design of these motors, and the motors are selected specifically because they are low cogging and low inertia, and that means that you can then use the software to get more detail. If you add damper, you're increasing the noise floor for removing the lower strength details. So you're effectively removing one of the biggest reasons to why you would buy an expensive direct drive wheel, right? So it's honestly, so as soon as someone is like, 20%, 30% damper, it's like, okay, there are if you run really strong force feedback, there's reasons to do that, and someone should do whatever they like. But as a start point, it's absurd. Wait, your fastest with force feedback won't affect the speed either way. Like you could have. Also, Jackson, you're playing iRacing. The game's shit, so it doesn't really matter. You know, yeah, that's it. And then it's like, real race drivers told me how to set my wheel up. Real race driver said it, and it's like, you do realise that they're driving from their ass in a car, and they probably don't sim race that much. This is another thing that needs to be said more by people, right? Oh no, I forgot to click the GoldenEye car. People in sim racing don't understand that the more professional a real race driver is, right, the more like higher up they are, and the more experienced, and the more that sim racers would like fancy them, the less sim racing they're doing because they're too busy driving real cars, right? And the less likely they are to understand the dumb shit of sim racing, and the more likely they are to understand the dumb shit of real driving, right? Because that's what they're focused on, real driving, not sim racing. So, and what happens is, and this is actually, there's some quite prominent real drivers that do this, but I'm not going to say names. They will jump onto simulators for like a few hours a week maximum, like 30 minutes. There's been an update, they're being paid, or you know, whatever. They'll jump on. Some of them really reluctantly don't even want to do stuff, but they're contractually obliged, or they're like, oh, might as well, you know, whatever. And then they will just pump a thing out, right, as part of their business. They don't care. They really do not care. They really not spend any time on it. And all the sim racers are like, oh my god, we love you. Oh, these settings. It's like, guys, they really do not care. They don't really know the ins and outs of this stuff. They know real driving. Shots fired. It's just the truth. It's not shots fired. It's just the truth. Sim racers can be really gullible to argument from authority and not really think about things. this is less worse now as you get more people that have gone from sim racing to real driving, so they understand the ins and outs of both things. But this has been quite a common thing. As I say, like people that like anybody, like even like imagine I started doing, which would never happen, but imagine I started doing lots of real world driving. I would have less time to know to do sim racing, right? So it's just the reality of it. So you're not going to necessarily, every time a game is updated or whatever, you're just not going to care. That's the other thing. This is the other thing that's really weird. Sim racers are often like highly invested in the racing simulators because it's what they're spending their time doing, right? So they're really invested in it, which is fine. It's their hobby. So they're super invested in it. However, someone that sim racing isn't really their main hobby, they're not really like into games or whatever, they're a real driver and they want to do real driving and they want to be successful at real race driving, they're not necessarily that invested in the hobby of sim racing. They don't really care which simulator's better or worse or for what reasons, or the like why something might be, why one bit of equipment might be better or worse, or why one setting might be better or worse or whatever. They don't care because they can go and drive a real bloody car. Why would you care? Like, if I had a real glider, I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna care far less about my flight simulator settings in many ways, because when you do a real world activity, it makes the simulated thing even more ridiculous because you're like, well, so it makes it more like Mario Kart because you're more aware of the differences, or the fact that the game's just always a massive abstraction, right? So when you do the real thing, you're just like, oh, well, yeah, no, it's just a game. So it's the equivalent of a sim racer doing guides for Super Mario Kart, right? You'd be like, well, it's really just not worth that much time thinking about it that much because I can do the sim racing if I want the detailed handling. So real drivers, like, if my goal is like actual finessing the vehicle and everything, they're going to be focused on the real car, not a simulator. But sim racers have this like really weird idea that like a real race driver is magically hyper invested in sim racing. It's just so stupid. Some real drivers are. I'm not saying all, but Not Jacksaw.
I think you are about everything. Filters smooth FFB, cut noise, and make forces clear, not weaker. Gamer muscle is roh, Präsident größer als roh Chaos. Filters give control, realism, and consistency, not less feel.
Control, realism, and consistency. Well, it's going to depend on how much noise there is in a signal. The problem is, with modern simulators, there's already so much damper built into modern simulators that you've already got loads of damper there. The developers don't trust the end user to filter the force feedback themselves. So the developers bake in so much damping, and then also they don't know how to necessarily filter their signal from their simulator, so they just go overboard with like damping and stuff. So like a really good example of that is if you've ever used an OSW, the early OSWs, you can reprogram the controller board, which interprets the game's signal. So you can have an incredibly, like if you had an absolutely raw force feedback signal, if the signal from the game is just like jagged and crazy, you're going to get just like really weird noisy force feedback for sure. So you do have to stuff everything on a force feedback wheel is actually filtered. But as I say, modern simulators are already heavily filtered, so adding more filtering to your wheel is really absurd when they're very lacking in detail already. I'm sure you know what a multi-band EQ is. In theory, you can damp the large motion and keep the small signals. So the problem is the simulators are so dampened fundamentally. It's like the sim has already got a high pass filter on it. So was it a low pass filter? or it's already really aggressively filtered. That's the issue. So adding more filter to it removes it. The thing that sims need, and this is what I'm hoping that maybe they can do it with Race Room just to test it, because you can do it with Marvin's force feedback app. If you have an exponential curve for the force feedback signal, so it starts off low, so you've got the signal from a simulator would normally be like a diagonal signal, like so the strong is strong, the weak is weak, right? And it's a linear, not a curve, it's just a linear line, right? If you shape that so it's more of a hook, so it starts off, so the weaker signals are actually weaker, and then it goes up to where the stronger signals are stronger, what you can then do is you can then increase the volume of the signal. So you've made the weaker stuff, weirdly, the weaker stuff's weaker, or it's longer for it to be weaker, and then you increase the volume, and what that works out as, when you do it with Marvin's app, with iRacing's force feedback at least, it works out as it expands the signal. It expands the detail of the important part of the detail. So that's what we need. I think we need more sims to try and do that. But fundamentally, the sim in the first place has to output detail. Edward, yeah, no, there is. And also, it's made even more the case due to stuff like True Force and Full Force. It's crazy. It's genuinely mental. Thanks, Jack. So yeah, you can do the clip, and then that'd be great. Yeah. This is the problem with force feedback: is you're just stuck. There's so many people. The underlying knowledge level for haptics and force feedback is so low, and the people that don't actually know what they're talking about, even in businesses, is so high that it's almost impossible to actually move the barometer forwards. Fortunately, you do have stuff like I say, like Marvin's app for iRacing is absolutely superb, and the one thing that, you know, as I say, you have to demonstrate stuff to people, and then they get it. It's like the VR headset thing. Unfortunately, so people, you can just go, well, look, try these settings on Marvin's app, and you will see the difference. Like you can tell, like, immediately, and then people are like, oh yeah. But unfortunately, Marvin's app only works with iRacing, so you know, that's it. So all the people that play ACC, LMU, or whatever, don't get it. Exactly, we say the same thing 400 times for 10 years. But yeah, the curve thing and applying that to the force feedback is something I'd like to try with other sims, because I think that is a way of expanding the relevant detail. I bet if you were to ask like 1,000 sim racers which parts of force feedback are relevant or important for driving, I bet you like less than 100 of them would be able to answer that question. Which is really weird, because you would have thought they should be able to answer the most important question for what's relevant to, like, why you would use a force feedback wheel, right? It's like if you were to ask sim racers, frame rate. Why would you want a faster frame rate, or why would you want a you know? I guess it was the same with VR, actually. To be fair, like you could ask 1,000 sim racers before, why would VR be good, and they wouldn't be able to answer you. They wouldn't know. You don't need to. Why would you need to modify? You don't need to modify the Marvin's output based on tire pressure. That doesn't make any sense, Simo. If the tire pressure, or if the car is sliding more, then the force feedback would be different. So if the tire pressure was not optimal, you'd be able to feel, the grip would be different. So it's already doing what you're saying. That doesn't make any sense what you just said. Like, force feedback just would describe the behaviour of the vehicle. Well, no, it's happening already. If your tire pressures are not offering the amount of grip, your car will slide more. So you'll feel that in the force feedback. Are you drunk? Yeah, it is the steering column, but the response of the steering column is based off the grip of the tyre on the road surface. Like, so a tyre or the wheels are applying a torque to the steering column. If a tyre has the wrong pressure, we say the wrong pressure, like a pressure that's giving you less grip, then it's gonna give less torque through the steering column. If it's a tyre pressure that's more conducive to more grip, you will have more torque through the steering column. So, like, if your tyres are wearing out, you'll have less grip. So it's not. It's damper to steering column, and it's not really to do with damper. It's just to do with like whatever's applying more or less torque to the steering column is like left and right. That's it. Here we go. Let's go racing, guys. Yeah, well, that's it. RC cars are actually a really good example of why you don't.
Okay, let's go.
RC cars are a good example of why you don't need force feedback to actually drive fast, and how you can visually memorise what's happening. But you have to consider an RC car. You're driving them in much wider slip, relatively speaking, compared to a track car. So, like, you're driving in a much wider envelope. Even with a super tight RC car, it's the equivalent of like a rallycross car or something. It's like, if you were to scale it up, it would be like you're driving a hovercraft. So the more controllable slip there is, the less important snappy or detailed force feedback is. Because I've just killed him. Sorry, can I knock him back round? There you go. Did that help? Try and give him the place back. I tried to knock him back round there. I thought that would help him. Did we give him back? There we go. Yeah, the more... yeah, the wider the slip is, the less... yeah, the less important... Oh my god, what are you doing? Okay, I've just killed him. Was that the same guy? I rolled him. I mean, that was his fault. I didn't even know you could do that. Did I help him? I think we did a good job there. Well, this race has gone well. That's what you get for messing with me. How dare he mess with me? I made him Australian for a moment. Well, this has gone well. Yeah, so for example, if you're playing like Grid and stuff, or like console racing games, they generally have really wide controllable slip, right? It's also baked and self-corrects, but as a result, you don't necessarily need, you wouldn't really benefit from having force feedback to preempt the behaviour. It wouldn't really matter because you're not losing speed and slip anyway. So that's kind of what remote control cars are generally like, is that they're just very they have very controllable wide slip, and you don't lose that much speed when you slide them. I think a lot of RC cars is it's more like a rallycross type approach of driving around the track and angling the vehicle for you to then get the power down in a straight line. So like how you drive a rally car, really. I think it's because it's to do with the power to weight ratio. Like a remote control car has a really a remote control car has like an insane, if you were to scale it up, the power to weight, it would be mental. Especially the power to grip. I forget what corner I'm on. This race has been a disaster, guys. Absolute disaster race. I blame Jacksaw. Really. Bloody hell. I'm much better at driving the DTMs than I am these cars. Even though they're very similar. Oh, here we go, here we go. I'm really glad we drove into that other car. I think it's really helped make this race exciting. Hopefully we can do the MX-5 after this. Whoop. Well, we're catching up with the tail here. We've got 7 minutes to get some places back here. This is a rating recovery race. So I think this corner you need to do is like a single... Maybe a single corner. Let's go. Back on the tail. Jack the Ripper's back. I think the slidier a car is, the harder it is to actually work out what the faster line is. When you've got a car that's more pokey, a Formula car, you kind of like, you want to drive the racing line as tight as possible. Come on, 5 minutes to get a place. Ed Moser. Let's get in there. What's my favourite racing game of all time? Probably like Burnout 3. I think it's probably the best racing game of all time. And then like Assetto Corsa 1's very good. For raw driving experience, it depends what you're after. If you for gameplay and in a traditional sense of gaming, I'd say the Burnout 3. For raw driving, I'd probably say Richard Burns Rally. And then for all-round like simulation, the original Assetto Corsa. It's probably the best all-round thing. Well, what happened with Burnout is that the developer, ironically, it's the same mistake that sim developers make. They started making it more realistic and more complicated. It's really weird. Like Burnout Paradise, for example, actually has quite advanced physics, and then they made the cars more realistic in handling. And it's like, well, is that actually fun? The Burnout 1 and 2, the cars don't drive anything like cars, but it's believable and it's fun and it's really snappy, and you know, it's yeah, it's ironic, isn't it, that you have these there seems to be a pattern with arcade and simulators where the developer tries to make something more realistic but basically just makes it worse, fails to make it more realistic as well, and then just makes it a worse game. So, none of the Burnout games are particularly realistic. They're quite advanced physics, but no one's playing Burnout for realism. You're playing it for like it being tactile and exciting and satisfying. Exactly. It's like realism doesn't even matter. And the more complicated you make the game, the harder it is to make that thing actually seem realistic. So I think that's a big thing that's a struggle for developers. What humans tend to notice is so the brain is like a pattern recognition tool, and so the brain latches onto inconsistencies. As long as something's consistent, it can work quite well. Carmoffle, thank you for subscribing. So this is why I like cartoons and stuff. Despite being ridiculous 2D drawings with movement that doesn't make any sense, you can do stuff very consistently, and so it seems plausible to your brain. It's like, oh well, that's fine. It's quite satisfying. It makes sense. But if you do something that's like photoreal CGI, for example, but the animation is like in some ways like realistic, but then in another way completely not realistic, your brain will notice that inconsistency, and it will seem distracting. So the simpler something is, the easier it is to make it consistent. The more complex it is, the more variables, the harder it is to make that consistent. And so I think that's a large part of oh, that's good understeer there. Good driving by me. That's a large part of why more complex simulators can seem less realistic. But also, let's say you've got a racing simulator that's like 90% realistic. iRacing is a perfect example of this. It's very realistic under the limit. Suspension's fantastic. Lots of it's great, right? But it doesn't work at the limit like a car. Well, it breaks everything. It totally breaks the illusion. Whereas if you have a game like Race Room, AC, Automobilista 1, you could go, well, under the limit they're a bit less realistic, or the cars aren't as agile, or the tyres don't heat up and cool down as much, but it's all consistent and it doesn't suddenly fall apart. I think I'm braking too early for that. We confused the car behind us. No, because in a race car synthetic synapse, your goal is to be balancing at the limit. That's race driving. So a video game that punishes you for doing absolutely the correct thing is a bit of a problem for a video game. It'd be like a first-person shooter punishing you for aiming your cursor at the enemy. You'd be like, hang on. Or like a first-person shooter where your guns are more accurate when you're moving as opposed to when you're stood still. You'd be like, hang on a minute, this is a bit weird. I mean, it might still work as a game mechanic, but you'd then be like, well, this is a bit strange. Nice. Well, we recovered that. Oh, camera zoomed in. Well zoomed in. The goal is to be the first car to cross the finish line, yes, but the goal of driving is if it's presented as a realistic sim, the goal is to be balancing out the limit. Like that's what you're doing. That's driving, right? In a realistic thing. Yeah, you can set up any arbitrary goal, but you go, well, is it fun? If the only goal is to just win, that's like it's basically like going, well, the destination is more important than the journey, right? Because you could say that to anything. Yeah, the goal with any driving game, in generally a game framework, is to win, And then you could say, well, you know, just do whatever it is to win. And then so you go, okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. However, I think most people would agree it's more fun. A video game is more fun when the way you win is by doing something interesting. Chronically driving a train like a train under the limit is less interesting than the dynamics that arise from balancing or like variable conditions. Well, I was slow as in this, so probably maybe we need some setup as well. But we need to hot lap on that track. I'm so off on that. Oh, we missed the MX-5. What a noob. We'll do this one and then I think we'll be good. We get the Opel here. I wonder why people don't think a game where you just press a button to win is fun. Well, but that's weird, isn't it? Because actually, gambling, like casinos, that is what that game is, isn't it? Like a fruit machine that's fixed odds. And what you can do is if you make a game, it's a really good example actually of like if you make so you have intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is what you use to describe stuff that's coming from the actual activity directly, and extrinsic would be externality. So you could be doing a job in real life, and normally a lot of people are doing their job not because they enjoy the job, but because they're paid to do the job. So it's an extrinsic motivation of the money and then what they can do with that money. So it's they're extrinsically motivated, right? Whereas you would hope with video games that the reason they're playing the video game is the intrinsic motivation of the activity itself is fun to do. Like, and mostly with humans, you want the intrinsic thing. You're doing stuff because it's intrinsically enjoyable. You're walking because you enjoy walking. You might there's a balance. Sometimes, so like health and there's a whole bunch of it. Extrinsic stuff isn't by default good or bad, but there's like a balance, right? When it comes to video games, though, if you look at fruit machines, the fruit machine itself, the reason why a person is pushing that button in a fixed odd thing is not because they're playing a video game or they're not really enjoying the intrinsic mechanics of the fruit machine. What they're enjoying are the extrinsic mechanics that are, will I win the jackpot? Will I get some money? And the sort of the money reward. So it's all to just do with getting money, winning, and then the sort of manipulation of psychology that makes them feel like they are doing something that's of value with the fruit machine. So it's tricking them into thinking that they are actually playing a game, and that, you know, if they play for longer, they're more likely to win, or if they do a certain combination, they're more likely to win. But in reality, they're not even playing a game. They are just sat there, basically, passively, and it's all extrinsic, right? And so from a game playing perspective, and from like a joy, from like play, sophistication, or whatever, you know, from like an intrinsic component, there's not really anything intrinsically good about a fruit machine, right? And so I think you can make a very good argument that the better a video game is, as a way of defining what is a better game subjectively, or like what is generally considered a better game. If you're going to, it's a subjective thing, better and worse. But like, if you were going to try and evaluate games on some kind of metric scale, focusing on what the intrinsic qualities and the intrinsic dynamics of that activity are, is how you'd sort of differentiate probably a game being better than another game, right? So the more agency a player has, or the more sort of dynamics are going on, often the better you would generally say a game is. But you can distract people with extrinsic components, and you can also use the extrinsic components to justify a game to people, like a slot machine. But World of Warcraft, right? The actual core mechanics are objectively really quite bad compared to other strategy games and stuff, but the extrinsic motivation of leveling up the character, which you might enjoy, it's a mechanic. I'm not saying it's de facto terrible, but people are mostly playing it for leveling up the character, not because the way the player moves or the strategy or whatever is particularly engaging or good. It's the leveling up the character, right? So it's the same with online ranked racing. There's a balance. Like, it's good, as I say, it's good to have like a rating and stuff and seeing progress. That it's not de facto bad, but you can end up with situations where the online rating and winning becomes the entire focus of the activity, at which point the activity is utterly irrelevant. And you'll find this with a lot of people that do sports or just in life in general. It's the whole thing of like people doing a job just to get money. Granted, you have to make money to live, so you know it's not a simple case of you can choose whatever you want to do. But like, if you are only chasing the extrinsic thing, it's not really something that leads to joy typically, and it's something that allows people to be doing an activity they really dislike or isn't particularly fun, and they justify it by the extrinsic component, and they will delude themselves that the activity they're doing is fun even when they don't think it's fun, because they're like it's like a cognitive dissonance from focusing on the extrinsic thing. It's quite interesting, really, I think. And most definitely played because of the raid mechanics. Not really. Maybe now, not when it first came out. Most people were playing WoW originally to level up their characters, and there was an absolute obsession with it. And I'd say the same applies to like iRacing and stuff. Most people, a lot of people, probably the majority, are largely focused on it because of the idea of gaining rating. It's the same with like Counter-Strike. I'd say a sizable majority of people are playing Counter-Strike instead of another first-person shooter that they probably think has more enjoyable mechanics. They would choose Counter-Strike because they're like, oh, I want to get my ranking higher. I want to enjoy that aspect of just getting the rating higher. So,
My goodness!
well, yeah, I didn't say it's synthetic synapse. I didn't say it's universally bad. It's a balance. No, yeah, it's not. As I say, it's a balance. The problem is if someone is absolutely hyperfixated on one component and then completely neglects the other components, or you know, they're really not enjoying it anymore, but they're just completely fixated on one aspect. It's not an extrinsic motivation is not necessarily a negative universally. So like, say with walking, for example, you might enjoy just being out in nature and the general feeling of walking and what have you. So, that's the intrinsic stuff. You just enjoy that. But you've got the long-term benefit of fitness and health, and maybe like knowing the area that you're living in, or like a whole bunch of stuff that's external to directly walking. Like, you could do it through other means. So yeah, I'm not. It's this, but there's different degrees of progression as well. Like, so I think you falsely attached progression to extrinsic aspects. It's not necessarily the case that progress is locked to extrinsic components. Like progress can be linked to intrinsic components as much as it can external. But I think what you mean is like fixed progression that's not based off what you're actually doing, and a sense of something being worthwhile, because whatever you're doing, there will be some form of progress. So that is a mechanic that people do enjoy. But it's a balance. It's not that it's by default bad, but it's just very easy. It's very easy to fixate on the extrinsic stuff and then completely miss the point or a main aspect of things. I think philosophically, most people would say focusing on the intrinsic components of stuff is going to be much more fulfilling, because the reality is you only ever live in the moment, right? You only ever live in the moment. So if you're always focused on the future and the past, well, you're never going to get there because you're always in the moment. But if you completely neglect the future, i.e. you just eat biscuits and get morbidly obese, well, you're probably going to have a worse present in the future. So, yeah, you know. Some people might not enjoy the yeah, but I actually think a lot of people do enjoy the gym, weirdly. Like, if you've got a good gym to go to that's not a toxic environment, if you've not got a health condition, it's quite nice doing like weightlifting or whatever, or exerting yourself. Like you absolutely get like dopamine, and most people without health conditions get like a mood lift from moderate exercise, at least. And normally most people like social environments, so I think it's very rare that the people that actually go to a gym, I think, go because they intrinsically enjoy it. There will be a percentage that are purely focused on building the muscles. I don't think those people are particularly happy. You're working in your home gym. Yeah, well, you know, but I think that's another component of that you might not like. I say, there's different people. Like, some people don't like... I don't like sharing gym equipment. I think it's disgusting. I don't like gym environments, generally speaking. So I'd rather be outdoors or something. But, yeah, it's different. Some people do, so... You know what my view on swimming pools are? I love swimming. I'd rather swim in fish... I'll swim in fish pish, but I don't want to swim in human pish. Yeah, often it can be hard to separate what's intrinsic and extrinsic, and it could cross over. So it's not necessarily you know, it's a simplification to just go, well, this is extrinsic and this is intrinsic. You know, so with any categorizing of things, there's going to be a limit to how you know, like what's called like a category errors. It's like when you try and do it with music. You run into limitations of how you can categorize anything, especially if it's a made-up human concept. I did have a rowing machine, actually. But I ended up giving it to someone. I have kayaks though, so I don't need a rowing machine. It's much nicer if you're lucky enough to live by a river. It's much nicer to go kayaking, but the downside is you have to carry your bloody kayak to the river, and kayaks are quite heavy, even the small ones. But it's nice. Kayaking on a river is really nice. Apart from, I have swans near me that are like mental, and that's not nice because they always chase after me and attack me, and then I look like I'm a mental person beating off swans. With my paddle, I'm like, go away, go away. Back to the sim racing. I used to do Dirt Rally for a long time. Despite Richard Burns' Rally feeling a lot better. I think... we only got 5 people registered to this. What's going on here? Well, they're just slow to load. Exactly. You're they can't break your legs though. That's the one good thing. Yeah, the thing with driving sims is, I think, as long as you can control, as long as it's like balanced and controllable. you know, like the steering, the brake, and whatever. You can control the vehicle. The thing with Richard Burns Rally is, I don't think the tyres, I don't think, are as bitey and grippy as a real tyre would be on a rally car. Like, it's a very floaty sim, but it doesn't really matter because conceivably you could be driving a real car that didn't have like particularly bitey tyres, right? As long as it's balanced, you know. I think that's another thing with sims that's a bit weird is people fixate on like, oh, I'm driving this BMW or Audi or Ferrari or whatever rally car, right? And they want it to be like the real rally car that it's supposedly representing, but you know, the sims just aren't that close, so it doesn't really matter. Is it generally controllable in the right way for home entertainment? Like if you're an actual person using it as a training tool, then it does matter. But nothing's that close anyway. Wilkins, well, you know, I mean, how do I know then? Just from watching real rally driving and having a bit of intuition. Anybody that's ridden a mountain bike would know how much tyres bite into a dirt surface, like, and that's a bike with like no weight or anything, you know. But it doesn't really matter, as I say, as long as the game's like balanced, it's pretty, you know, it's all good fun, right? What do we do with this car setup here? We're just gonna. Make it more sensitive, take some fuel out. Yeah, I think the thing is, it's really quite counterintuitive. Like if you've ever done mountain biking on snow, you would generally, I think most people would be like, oh, that would be slidey. But like actually, it's the opposite. If you've got a little bit of snow that can compress, and you've got like tyres with treads on them, snow's like the most grippy thing that you can mountain bike on. You can like go around corners like you're glued. It's really weird. Well, the Rallycross tuner is Rallycross is different again though from like rally cars, so they have different. I mean, I don't know with iRacing's Rallycross. I don't really drive it, but like you know, in you see them in reality, like you say, they are sliding all over the place. But I think because they're doing. The tyres are designed to be on, they're like tarmac and dirt tyres, and they probably set things up to be spectacular for the viewers and everything. You know, it's not. Like rallycross cars are clearly not the same as like rally stage, you know, what they like World Rally Championship. Oh, I don't know, Tuna. I mean, iRacing's insane, so it probably is crap. Probably is terrible. I don't know. Yeah, AMS. It's really weird. It's really grippy in AMS2. It's good fun. It was good in. It was good fun in Project Cars 2 as well, and in Dirt Rally. The Rallycross was really fun. They got rid of it in the Dirt Rally 2, didn't they? It was in Dirt Rally 1. It was really good. WRC didn't have it. Yeah. Oh no, they got rid of the buggies, which is I'm surprised. I'm surprised no one's made like a buggy. I know there's a one for VR. You know, that Rallycross, Kart Cross. It's so fun. Well, what was weird with WRC is that they did this whole thing about saying that people wanted longer rally stages and stuff, and it's like, I don't think they really did, to be honest. Like, the long stage, they wanted more of the longer stages. They didn't want longer stages. Basically, people just wanted more stages, right? I don't know if that's because EA or Codemasters were trying to just gaslight people into trying to justify why they went to Unreal Engine, which was obviously probably most likely due to the publisher wanting them to do it in Unreal because it's cross-platform easier and they can get staff easier for it and everything. But the fact is, the long stages in Dirt Rally 2 were more than long enough for 99% of players. Like, most people can't do the longer stages consistently, so you don't need anything longer than that. Like, for the vast majority of players, it's not really relevant. And also, you'd be better off having three separate stages than to have one super duper long stage. It's just, yeah, it was so weird, that whole game. Like, I think what it is, it's just not giving not enough time, not enough resources, and I think all the people that did Dirt Rally left Codemasters by then anyway. So all the people that really cared and knew what they were doing had already left the company. So. Matt Malone. There's so they have every 15 minutes now. There's like a DTM, there's a WTC, and then there's the MX5. You'll be good at driving this, Matt. This is the DTM BMW. It's pure sideways. The more like a shopping trolley, the better Matt Malone's at driving it. He spends most of his free time going around Walmart, drifting the trolleys around Walmart. I gotta get a gun. Let's put some ammunition in the trolley. Walmart. Gonna put it in my pickup. Yeah, I think they're probably going to try some other stuff out as well. I think they're sort of experimenting a bit at the moment. Oh no, this isn't the BMW. This is the Opel. I keep forgetting. Is it the Opel or is it the BMW? No, this was a BMW. I can't even remember. There's no. What am I driving? Was this the Opel? Oh yeah, this is the Opel. I forgot what car I was in. Yeah, the Opel's faster, I think. It's a bit more snappy as well. It's good fun. Easier to spin though. Some ribs. Oh, I need some ribs. That'd be nice. Well, EA's now owned by like Saudis, right? So I mean, well, there's that. There's that. Oh dear. 20 billion they have to recoup in basic debts. So it's just going to be absolute. I mean, it was already bad from EA, wasn't it? So they're just going to absolutely extract it. Although maybe they won't. I don't know. I've not really. I haven't bought an EA game for years. It's pretty crazy though that a games publisher can be worth 55 billion. Is pretty crazy, isn't it? It's video games. Oh, we're racing up. Just watching this. Oh, hang on. We qualified all right here. What's going on? The Saudis like... maybe they'll make a motorway drifting simulator. Here we go. Lol! He jumped the start! Full. Bonus place for me. Drive through. Typical Audi driver. He thought he was doing a rally stage. He was listening to the countdown. Okay, I was a bit too oh, he's following me off. I thought my brakes would work a bit better. I was a bit optimistic on my brakes. Is that cold brakes or is that just me missing the brake point? I missed the brake point a bit there. Was that because they were cold? Where's he going? Oh, maybe it is because they're cold. Oh well, good to know. Well, that'll make the race more interesting for you guys. Where's he? Oh no! Absolute disaster. This is looking like a BTCC race. Oh, he's just tic-tacked him. By the way, guys, go and give Matt Malone a follow. He's on Twitch. Check out his channel. You might need to use subtitles because he does speak American. But other than that, it's all right there. It's all right channel. Do any of you guys want to do some racing with us in Assetto Corsa 1? I was thinking of hosting some races. YouTube has altered... Yeah, I know it sounds like this, though.
In this video, I'm going to be playing a driving simulator. I really enjoyed this driving game. This was the most fun I'd ever had playing a game. In fact, you should all get this game. It's really fun. I am so excited. I am delirious with excitement. I have peed myself with excitement. This was the most exciting thing that anybody could ever do in the whole history of mankind. As you can hear from my voice, I am very excited. I highly recommend getting this very exciting thing. I am so emotional. I am now going to burst into tears. Sob, 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 sob. Thank you for supporting the channel. It is really appreciated. Your support means the world to me. Sob, sob, sob. My entire family was blown up in a bizarre accident involving a aircraft lavatory falling out of the sky, followed by a landslide that buried my entire town. My childhood has gone, and everything has been destroyed. This is very upsetting. Sob, sob.
That's what AI... That's what the AI auto dub sounds like. It's really funny.
I have just won £4 billion in the lottery. Boy, I am really excited.
We're catching back up here. We're recovering. Thanks for subscribing there. Someone subscribed. Trisha, welcome. Cars from the 90s are the best. Here we come, guys. Here we come. We've got to beat the tic-tac. That was close. There's smoke. I can't see. There's smoke. I can't see where the car is. There's smoke, though. Ah, there's the car. There he is. Bloody hell, mate. Calm down. I wasn't expecting him to hit me 20 minutes after the spin. Like a missile. Yeah, you really want to just keep the throttle on gradually, and that keeps the suspension loaded up, and then you can nicely balance the car through the corner. If you come off the throttle abruptly, the car starts rocking like a boat. Rehud, is it? Can't remember the name of it. There, he's Rehud. What did you call me, Days of Blunder? How dare you? I'm dyslexic. That doesn't make me a Rehud. It's a stupid joke. Bulb, I feel like having some cider. I'm coming for the Tic Tacs. Woo! Yes, keep fighting, you fools. The idiot in first place has covered the bottom of his car in gold and is weighing him down. What an idiot. Good for low central gravity, though. I mean, that was moving in the braking zone from the Tic Tac. You know, not much I could do there. Bloody hell, Mr. Tic Tac. Dolcini's bloody Nigel Mansell in this car. What a run. Pure power. We had a well good exit. Nice. 5 minutes to go to run away here. I don't know. I think they'll aim for like once a week. They might keep the same cars though. I don't know how they plan to do it. What I really think they need to do is basically just have the MX-5, keep that as like the main thing that you just want people to be able to join the MX-5 really, and then you want another thing that's with the free content that's in the game, and this is what I think they're doing generally, and then another one is like just changes each week. But basically, like the MX-5 should be like the bread and butter because it's probably going to be the most popular thing. But if I was Sector 3, you'd really want to make the MX-5 free. You really want the MX-5 to be the free thing, and then that's what draws people in, and then they would want to try other stuff, you know. But they need to be really careful not doing too much random shit, because that's what kills ranked multiplayer. You just need to keep it simple. Okay, KW Motorsport. It's got to be kept simple. Bloody hell, Simbin, Sector 3, KW. Jesus Christ, it's impossible. It's impossible. I can't keep up. Also, they kind of refuse to like lower the price, and it's got a lot of content in there, and it costs money to make. But you need players, right? And what's happening right now is people are like, oh, the ranked racing looks really fun. I want to give that a go. And then they're like, what shall I buy? I don't know what to buy. This is confusing. And then they're like, oh, the complete version. Oh, that's £140, 120, or let's say that's £80 or whatever. And they go, oh, well, actually, no, I'm not going to spend £80 on an old game. So like, you know, and then you go, well, you know, when it's on sale, it's like 50 and it's really worthwhile, have a lot of fun. But it's all beside the point. Basically, the sim needs to be like, yeah, it needs to be like £15-20 or something, and you just need to get people into it. Once you've got shitloads of people in your game, you can charge whatever you want, but you don't really get that much in the base subscription for iRacing. But the thing is, iRacing has the benefit of locking people into a subscription. So if Race Room from the get-go, I mean, if Race Room offered a subscription for like £3 a month and that got you everything all the time, that would be a very good idea. That would actually work really, really well, because what you need is you just need a very low friction way for people to be able to play the game. And going, oh, it's £3 a month and then you get everything. Well, those people will also be like, oh, I think I'm paying each month, I might as well jump back in. I need to get my money, my value worth. And it's only £3, it's not too much. So that would actually really make sense for something like Race Room. Even though that's effectively what they're offering with the yearly thing, if you buy it on Black Friday, is cheaper than £5 a month. But that's not how it feels like to a consumer. Like, you could just buy the whole thing for like the £80 or whatever, and then you'd be good for like 5 years, 6 years. But that's just, it's not how it's all about perception of price is what's important, not actually the reality. So it's always been the big problem with Race Room, I think, is how it's been monetized is probably the biggest reason why it's not a more popular sim. Wow, easy win. Isn't that what they do with the online packs? Well, yeah, if they have an online pack, but it's just confusing. Like, let's say you don't know anything about the simulator. You don't know about the online packs, do you? This is the problem, is like, I'm not saying what's better or worse value for the consumer. Yeah, no, Raf, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I've just said. I don't know if you're talking to someone else. The point isn't value for money. Consumers are not rational. Are you responding to it? Yeah. The point is to do with perception of value for money, but also to do with perception from a consumer's perspective of commitment to something. So, look at that winner. What a guy. So, the issue is, with Race Room, you don't know what to buy. If you don't know anything, you don't know what to get, and you're like, oh, I have to get the complete pack, or that's £80. Or you'd be like, oh, I could buy a pack, but what if they change the track? I don't know if they're going to change the track. You know, you don't know. They don't know. So then you're asking the consumer to think about all possible variables and stuff, and then they just go, well, actually, sod it, I'll just play a different game. So this is why, even though it's worse value for most people, having a subscription that's like £3 ends up being better value from an entertainment perspective, because a consumer can go, oh, it's only £3, I might as well, because then I can play everything and I've got everything and I don't need to think about it, and then, oh, if I don't like it, I'll just cancel my subscription. And so they can then try it for £3 and maybe keep paying, or maybe they keep playing it, or maybe they forget the subscription. That's what that's about. That's how that works. Yeah, so the whole thing of waiting for a sale is also ridiculous. Because then what happens is the consumer goes, oh, I might get it, but if I spend this money now, what if it's then on sale in 2 months' time? Oh, I'll have wasted my money, so I might as well not bother getting it now. Wait till it goes on sale, and when it goes on sale, oh, all the other games are on sale. They're busy thinking about something else, not thinking about buying the game. So then they're like, oh, actually, I'm not going to buy it anyway. So, you know. It's to do with choice paralysis. You know. I'm just going to get a sandwich, guys. Be back in a second. everyone doing? I've got to get my little bean sandwich. We'll do this race and then we'll do some AC with subs. Beautiful. No, I don't think anyone cares about hill climb. But it's just Sims are super confusing as they are. Even iRacing is confusing, to be honest. Like it's all confusing. If you're not, and it's massively off-putting for a game if at the point of entry to a video game, when you're new to it, everything's already like really confusing and a struggle, and it's just like, oh, it's another thing. I have to understand how this works. I have to understand how that works, and it's all you want to do is play the video game. You're not. It's not even about the cost necessarily. You just want to. What's the price? What do I get? Oh, but you can buy this and this and this and this option, and then you can buy that option, and then you can get this option. It's like, what? Why do I need that option? Do I even like GT cars? Do I like a Mazda? Do I like vintage cars? Are vintage cars harder or easier to drive? Does it work with my equipment? Is the force feedback better or worse? You know. Like even when you get all the content in a game, so like Flight Sim for example, it's bloody confusing. Like which jet plane? why would I like the A380 over the 747 or the A330 or whatever? Which glider is a better glider? Do I need to get a mod glider, or is the one included in the game okay? Why is it better or worse? Do I need a tow plane? Is it worthwhile getting a tow plane? Why does this tow plane not work and this one does? Where should I go gliding? Do I need a custom runway? Or it's ridiculous. Whereas really, with something like Flight Sim, it should be, oh, I bought Flight Sim. Here's a single player. Right, I'm having fun playing the game. For some reason, I think it's because often simulators are complicated, and the type of people that make simulators don't care about these things. They're like, oh, it's choice. Then, you know, they're all like really clever people. They don't realise that people are stupid. All things turn into this, don't they? It's like fashion industry. Oh, you need this bag to go with these trousers. It's like, well, hang on, what on earth? This is a Lidl wrap. Lidl bean burger wrap. With my worn out 20-year-old Sprite shirt, I like to use a Gucci handbag, obviously. Green crocodile skin handbag to go with this, obviously. I mean, why would you ask? I mean, how stupid is fashion as well? Oh my god. I don't really enjoy iRacing that much. I've kind of gone off it a bit. I like the force feedback, but I don't enjoy the driving in it. What's stupid with clothing is you can get amazing clothes now for, you know, like outdoor clothing. The technology is fantastic. Like breathable, quick dry, waterproof clothing is mental now. Since the last 5 years or so, you can get like super like light clothing that's still warm as well. It's crazy. Well, whipped cream from a cow, that's debatable to what degree, but it doesn't have to be plastic, does it? We're all plastic now anyway, it's too late. Yeah, now it's plastic, and it'll be it's probably like radium or something, I don't know. I just cover myself in the bin bag. Heavy duty bin bag, all the way. Oh, I needed that. Cheers, guys. I'm wearing a rubble sack. Yeah, you're on to me. Rubble muscle, they call me. A rubble rouser. Ronda Rousey. Oh dear. Right. Yeah, we'll do after this race. We're going to do some AC if you guys want to join us. Idemitsu. Is this like a Japanese thing? These Mazda Cup cars cost like £70,000. It's crazy. Mazda Cup race car price. $58,000, £55,000 from. That's the same price almost as a like £20,000 less than a Radical. What would you rather be racing? Car price is crazy. I guess probably the running costs are a lot lower though, so it does have that going for it. Is it Tuesday today? I think it is. Tuesday. Mr. Cheeseman's in here. A normal, the non-cup MX-5 is between like 12 and 15,000. But a race like the road legal MX, the recent-ish MX-5 that's then race converted, it's like 15,000, I think. Similar price to a Caterham Cup, was a little bit cheaper. People do. There's a lot of the MX-5 series. They do a whole different categories, but there's one where people. Hello, Gorkality in the house. Here he comes. Here we go. Hello, Gorkality viewers. Welcome to the Muscle Zone. Hello, Gorkality people. Did he bring a trombone? Appreciate the raid, thank you. We're just doing race room racing.
The pace car is out of control.
Hope you guys having a nice day.
The pace car is out of control.
There's no aerial atom. Back mono's just rich people buy it. There's no racing with back mono. Oh, maybe actually. I think I saw one thing with it, but yeah. From race room we come. Hello guys. What were you doing? Were you rooming the race? The room of racing. Best of luck. I'll try to crash you next time. You weren't the car that we flipped over, were you? I didn't even know it was possible in race room, but we do now. It was a good move. This is the MX-5. Nice, yeah. Are you normally playing race room? We're going to do some AC with subs later. Back mono's expensive. They're like 200,000. Aerial Atom is like 80,000. It depends. There's anyone can join Tuner. Would you say subs? There is a downforce package for the Aerial Atom. No, I said the MX-5 is 12 to 15. The basic road version of an MX-5, second hand is that, which you can in the lower tier racing. There's people doing MX-5 in like 6K cars. Like really, like 90s MX-5s. There's loads of different categories. Yeah, the difficulty is, so from my understanding of these things, you have multiple factors with the race car side of stuff. Is you have, are there actual race series for a start? No. counter debate. There's different bloody hell. Honestly, you can tell counter debate's a builder. There's different categories of racing with the MX-5. So the MX-5 Cup, people are going to be spending 150, 200,000 pound a year, right? The lowest tier MX-5 racing, people turn up with like road legal MX-5s that are second-hand, like run-down MX-5s that are like £8,000 run-down cars, and they just have to pass the spec for that category of racing. That's one of the reasons why the MX-5 series are quite popular, because there's a broad range. With Caterham Cup, there's like 3 different categories, for example. But anyway, as I was saying before, Cat Debate ruined everything as usual. With race cars and racing, there's the issue of like, can you actually find a race with that car? Then you've got obviously the car cost, but then also the running cost of the car. So it's not necessarily as clear cut. Or also, like, can you get components and things for the cars? So there's a whole load of things where one car might seem more expensive on the face of it, but actually it's less expensive. And then when you add into that sponsorships and televised, and if something's televised or not, you could have a race series where it costs a lot more, but you might be able to get sponsors more easily. Tuna, I don't know if there probably is stuff like that. There's like lawnmower racing. The problem in the UK is most of the tracks are quite expensive just to access, so the car isn't really the expensive part. You're ridiculous. I've just explained. Oh my god. The MX-5. It's god damn. I don't know why this is difficult for people. The MX-5 International Cup Series is a different thing. Like, sure, they're using an MX-5 Cup car, which is, say, it's a 50 to 60,000 pound car, but they will get through more tyres. They will have like engineers involved in it. There'll be all like sponsorships and God knows what going on. So it's like go-karting. You can do rental go-karting for £50 for an hour, right? Or you can do like national karting, where the go-kart might be like £8,000, but if you want a chance of being a Formula 1 driver, it's like 80 to 150,000 pounds a year is what people end up spending, because that's how much they have to spend for testing, tyres, engine rebuilds, chassis rebuilds, engineer, motorhome to sleep at the tracks. This is the thing. It's like car motorsport ranges from owning a rowing boat. Like, I have a kayak that cost £80 or something, or maybe it's more, like £200, whatever, and that's all it costs. £200, paddles, kayak, skirt, safety equipment, or maybe like £250 or whatever, right? It ranges from that, which is like a rowing boat, to if you have a yacht. Even a small motorboat, you'd be like, oh, well, I've got to moor it somewhere. I have to get it serviced. I have to get a license for it. I have to, There's a huge range. Even with kayaks, if I was going to legally do, like, there's certain types of, like, sea kayaking in like, if you're going to go across Europe, you have to have, like, a flare. You have to have a bilge pump. You have to register with whatever authority. So even with that, the cost can vary massively. So it's not. It base everything based on its force feedback. Force feedback tells you a lot, I'll have you know. I can tell you the quality of the water from the force feedback of my paddle. To be fair, one of the reasons why Nemesis is such a nice roller coaster is that it's so smooth and it makes it pleasant to ride. Whereas if you ever went on some of the older roller coasters, they weren't fun to ride. They'll rattle your ass off. So actually, I'll have you know, a smooth roller coaster like Nemesis, or what's the one that's next to Oblivion at Alton Towers, where you're like, it lifts you up. A roller coaster being smooth is a lot nicer than a bumpy roller coaster. Have you ever been on some? I mean, I don't know. It depends how terrified you like to be. Like a bumpy wooden roller coaster is pretty mental, but you know, actually, a smooth roller coaster is really nice. Yeah, the layout of Alton Towers, because they have to build the roller coasters into the terrain, they really have to think about the design of them a lot more specifically, and also do more interesting designs than like the generic layouts. See, not just a sim racer. I was really lucky, and I went to Alton Towers once, and it was empty, and I got to sit on Nemesis like 5 times in a row. It was so empty. You just sat on the front of the roller coaster, and they were like, "Oh, do you want to go around twice, 3 times?" Which is awesome. How often does that happen? Kind of ruined theme parks though. If you ever go to a theme park with there being no queue, it totally ruins having to queue for theme parks. Oh yeah, wet weather's better for roller coasters though. They tend to run better when it's wet. Hello, it's getting physical. Yeah, the theme parks in America are crazy, aren't they? They're huge, absolutely massive. I always wanted to. What's that one in? Is it in Holland or Germany? Like the Gnome, Gnome theme park. I always wanted to go to that. I really like weirdo theme park, like really weird local theme parks. I really like the ones that are just like. The worse it is, the better, to be honest. The more they're just creepy. I really like that kind of thing. I really wanted to go to Park Asterix as well. Weirdo theme park. Well, you'd have to find them, but yeah, you end up with like small towns that have like. What they think of as like a great theme park, but it's just really weird and run down, or like from the 1950s or something, and it's just being maintained very badly. What's the one in? I think it's in Holland. It's like a famous one. It's got like gnomes and stuff everywhere, and like weird like weird gnome houses and pixies and plastic plants and stuff. Well, who knows? If you're lucky, you're a ditties. Yellowstone Park might come to you. I mean, sure, it'll be the end of humanity, but at least you'll get to see it, so it's not all bad. That's it. Yeah. Elfteling. Wait, is that in Holland or is it in Germany? That's what I had in mind. It looks so creepy. Gnome Village. I see in Holland. See what I'm like? Go and look up pictures of it. Then everyone there is acting like it's normal. It's super creepy. Yeah, Dutch love that kind of shit. The Dutch are well into weird stuff. And acting like it's totally normal. I love stuff like that. It's super, super creepy. It's really disturbing, but that's kind of what makes it fun. It's like those, you know, like those really run down, like, what are they called? Like curiosity shops where they'd have like shrunken heads or like a mummified corpse or something. But they're like, that would have been popular in like the 50s and 60s and maybe 70s, or like some of them are from like Victorian times. They would have been popular, but now they're just like super depressing and like everything's sort of rotting a bit. It adds to the vibe. This is Other HUD, I think. Rehud. NHS walking, that's it. Yeah, now we get to experience that across the whole of UK. It's really fun. Oh dear. That's why I visit old people's homes. I enjoy the experience of just seeing mouldy zombies. It's great. Good time. Oh, I keep getting a track cut for that. It's a good line, I feel. The whole UK is currently a George Orwell 1984 theme park. Oh, it's great. Yeah, we've got a nice... It's nice countryside, though. Just don't go into any cities and it's fine. Oh, it could be worse. There could be a bunch of billionaire fascists buying up everything. And, you know, it could be worse. Right. We're going to beat this guy. Come on. Eight minutes. Woo! Oh, I've done it again. I think we can get him to come to the outside here, Mr. Cheeseman. Come on, Cheeseman. No, he won't. A little bit of oversteer, that's fine. Yeah, Scotland's nice, but you have to go on the bloody Caledonian Sleeper to get there. £50, but 12 hours in a vertical seat. I was thinking, what if you go on the Caledonian Sleeper, but you got a seat, but then you got your camping bed out and slept on the floor? Do you think they would get? Do you think they would get annoyed with you? I want to spend £300 for a bloody cabin. I don't want a cabin. A reclining chair would be fine. Oh no, messed that up. Scottish have a big conspiracy going on. They wear kilts to try and make people think it's not cold. It's a national conspiracy. Surely, if everyone's wearing skirts, it must be a hot climate. There's no cold and mosquitoes to bite at your legs, otherwise they wouldn't wear a kilt, would they? Obviously. The only good thing about Birmingham is the occasional Birmingham tornado that destroys the depressing buildings. That's the only thing going for it. Oh, and again! Here we go, we're coming back for another attack. Why are my lights not working in my car? It's really weird. I quite like winter myself. No, I mean the Germans did everyone a favour by bombing Birmingham, and then bloody they rebuilt it with all this depressing concrete. It's like, oh come on, why do that? There's an opportunity to build it nicely. We're going for the send here. Woo! Good racing there. I disappeared in January because I got like it might have been COVID, or it was like the worst. It was either COVID or mental flu from bloody Maastricht. I was super ill. I couldn't breathe. Like my lungs were just terrible. Like it was awful. That's the most sick I've been since COVID. That was from probably from the Eurotunnel or something. I don't know, or just the trade show. Man, that sucked so bad. Took me ages for my lungs to get better as well. My lungs sounded like a crisp packet. Yeah, that took like a month to get better from. Yeah, exactly. I know you had that party, firework display. And it was all for nothing. What a waste. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Cheese. We're cheesing him. We've cheesed the man. The man has been cheesed. Oh, that's it. It's over for you. I found, to be honest, it's normally, I think it's the travelling that's the bit, because generally people don't go to a trade show if they're not feeling very well. Like sometimes the people that work there will do, but generally, like, you know, if you're not feeling well, you're not like, oh, I'm not feeling well, let's go to a trade show. But the problem is when people have booked flights and stuff to travel, they're not going to go, oh yeah, we're going to cancel the whole thing or not go somewhere because I'm not feeling well. So people travel on planes, especially when they're not feeling well. So I think I think it's a really good idea to at least wear a face mask and wash your hands a lot especially if you're flying, because people have booked a flight months in advance, obviously, right? So they might not be able to get another flight or afford another flight, so they'll travel when they're really ill. And then you're in proper close proximity, and I have noticed, probably just chance, but whenever I've flown wearing a face mask, I haven't got sick, and when I've flown not wearing a face mask, I have got sick. Jesus Christ, something float. It's a little moth flying through the room. Bloody hell. I've been mothed. Oh, this is a disaster. That totally confused me. On the last lap, moth deployed by the Cheeseman. Absolute moth penalty. No! This is just ridiculous. That doofer, that's not true. It not if it's an FFP3 mask or even FFP2, it will have an effect. So that's not true what you've just typed. Can you apologise? Ah! Why have I changed wheel? Because we got a Formula wheel. I was mouthed there. Absolutely mouthed. Absolutely mouthed. Good driving. Right, should we do some AC, guys? Who wants to join us in Assetto? Do we really have to? Loose wheel. Well, you know, it's a weird one, isn't it? Such a weird thing for people to get stuck on. Right. Let's do some AC with someone's going to create a server here. Have I tried Evo? No, because it's. We could briefly try it to see if it's different from the beta, but I don't think it will be because they need to do a lot of work on the physics. I really don't understand with Evo why they bother releasing it when it's, you know. John, well, the weird thing is the just inconsistency of critical thinking is just really strange. Like, also to be, as I've said before with stuff, you notice when it should be a red flag to someone's thinking if you latch on to one thing that's very disproportionate to other things. Do you know what I mean?
The pace car is out of control.
So, like, it's weird when you have... So, like the fluoride thing, you get people going mental about fluoride in water. Like, for sure, like anything, you can have a good discussion. I'm just getting the server set up here. You can have a discussion about where is fluoride necessary, the downsides of fluoride, and what effects it has, and you know, obviously there'll be a lot of science and evidence for various things, right? But you know, when someone's like super mega concerned about fluoride in water, but then they're not concerned about public transport and fumes from cars, or basic plastic pollution, or like basic income, or lack of or them not eating basic healthy food or having access to healthy food that's affordable. It's like someone hyperfixates on the possible negativity of fluoride, but completely ignores the 300 or so other things that are way more pertinent. It's a really good way of like it's a really good red flag is when people are disproportionately concerned about one issue relative to other issues that are very obviously more pertinent, right? And that's how you can really quickly isolate when someone's probably been politically or like pushed in a direction. Samia!
I believe that Arsenal will win the Premier League for Evo 1.0 will be launched.
Evo X. Servers up, guys. Servers up for AC if you want to join it. Yeah, brake disc. Exactly. It's not. I don't think they're releasing asbestos. No, they're not. I don't think they are releasing asbestos. I think you've just made that up, Philip. They don't put asbestos. It doesn't need to be asbestos. I think you've mixed something up there. Their brake dust can release particles that could have a similar behaviour to your lungs that asbestos might do. I think you've confused stuff. They obviously, as far as I'm aware, they would not. Why would you use asbestos in a brake? I mean, I can see why you would historically, but like not now. So I think you might have mixed something up there in your. But yeah, brake dust and rubber, tyre rubber and stuff is obviously a pretty big problem. Fluoride's poison. It was. Everything is poison depending on the quantity and how it's used. Like bleach is poison if you drink it, but it's also if you have like MSRA in your house and it gets on a cut or something, well that's going to be worse than using bleach, even though bleach could damage your skin. Right? If you drink too much water, you're going to die. It's going to poison you. So it's like high quantities of bleach is very toxic. It will like absolutely wreck you. But putting a small amount of bleach in water to remove parasites is on balance going to be less harmful. No, you do rub bleach on your gums daily. If you live in a lot of developed countries, they put bleach in water, a certain quantity of bleach, to make sure that it doesn't have parasites in it. It's a fairly common way of sterilizing water in a lot of scenarios. Like it's like 3 milliliters per pint or something, like 3 pipette drops per pint or 2. I don't know. I'm not advising to do that, but it's quite a common way to treat water. So yeah, so like this is what I don't. There you go, Philip. See, yeah. See, like this again. The red flag is what? Who was it that said this about fluoride? Yeah, again. So what you've done, exactly what I've explained, is you're latching onto one selective interpretation of information. So what you'll find in reality is that lots of stuff has pros and cons to it, and then it's a balance and it depends on the scenario. Right? So fluoride, if someone had perfect dental care and a healthy diet, then they probably don't need fluoride. So potentially, I'm not a doctor, I'm not advising anything here, but they might not need fluoride in that scenario. In the scenario where someone's maybe not brushing their teeth that often, or their diet doesn't have certain things in it, or what, in what might represent the majority of cases for most people in a certain area or demographic, the benefit of fluoride could mean half as many cavities, and one cavity could equal like full-on dental infection or full tooth removal or like jaw infection, right? So you, like all things, they have to be weighed up. And you go, well, look, based off the evidence, this is the important thing, it makes sense to put X quantity of Y thing because it produces another result that's on aggregate better. And you keep investigating it, you keep analysing it, and to the point where you go, oh, okay, actually, it's no longer needed, right? So you evaluate it based on the evidence. It should always be a red flag to someone, as I say, when they arbitrarily latch onto one single thing, and they go, oh, paracetamol is de facto bad. Fluoride's de facto bad, or on the opposite side of it as well. Another red flag is when people go, oh, vitamin D cures everything. Oh, magnets, magnets make me magically heal and cure everything. So it's the same sort of thing. If someone is claiming that something is absolutely terrible arbitrarily, or claiming that something is absolutely amazing arbitrarily, it's a really useful thing for you to then go, oh, I think I'd be a bit more skeptical about this thing. You know, it is T in capital letters. You probably accidentally put a space on it or something. Yeah, so but BRT So the idea is, I think, that plaque can go through your gums and then get stuck in your heart and stuff. There's still a lot of research on that and the correlation between that, and it could be that there's other aspects to it, but yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say if someone has like a wound that's not healing, i.e. like severe gingivitis or gum disease, or like, let's say you just had a big cut on your leg, or you had like some kind of really bad, you know, like, I don't know, you're bleeding from something constantly. Well, it's probably not a good health indicator, is it? so it could be a whole, it could be a, you know, there could be a whole bunch of components to that. But yeah. The thought of going against, yeah, but what it is, Zag, is people latch onto things arbitrarily without actually considering the full context, and it's an oversimplification, because you can there's potentially harmful stuff in everything. Like apple seeds have cyanide in them, right? You're still gonna, on balance, eating apples, and even eating an apple seed, you'd have to chew quite a lot of them. But like, it's just, you know, eating certain vegetables might have some like heavy metals in them or something, or some foods might have some parasites, whatever. Like, nothing's perfect. That if you eat drinking milk or some other stuff, there's probably a percentile risk of one thing versus another thing. Nothing's ever perfect. Going outside, you'd get vitamin D from a certain amount of sun exposure. However, that same amount of sun exposure could cause you skin cancer. So there's so many like cross variability and pros and cons. You just have to go, well, on balance, based off the evidence that's available, what is the best thing to do, and how can you mitigate the downsides as best possible? You know, it's just not. The problem is when people aren't being skeptical, or what people do is they fixate on one single thing and then ignore the overall global context of stuff, and it's just a really common thing that people do. This channel's a red flag. This channel's a black flag. Pull over, black flag. Get in the server, guys. Oh, change the gearing of the car first. Oh, greeting, Linglings. It's time for some DD girl. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Philip van der Nieke just wasted for some subscribers. It's a DD girl for everyone. Perfectly formed, sexy silver model legs. Philip van der Niekerk has no money left in his bank. Philip regrets DD girls, yes he does, it's true. He wishes that she would stop taking money from his bank account, but she's quite good at theft. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a bed, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Beautiful silver motor legs. AccuForce, Thundertech, SimuCube, Simagic. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Robot made from outer space. Thank you, Philip. Appreciate the support. Bloody five gifted subs. Poor guy. Off to the gulag for Philip. He needs to wear a face mask. Stop him giving away channel memberships. I'm only singing it once, Philip. I hope you don't mind. I need to not go insane singing the same song a billion times. I've been dreaming DD girl. Look at this. She needs a gear stick. I need to change my wheel rotation. Why is this on so high? There we go. It's a really fun car, right? It's a really fun car in bloody hell, it's a really fun car in R-Factor 1 as well. It's quite similar to like a Radical. But more snappy, narrow wheelbase. Get a lap in here, laser lap. It's really good having tactile transducers. You know, I find this, search for Gamer Muscle, and then the password is T in capital letters. Someone could share a link to the server though, if they want to. It is a mod. We're running a mod car, so If you got gifted a sub by Philip, guys, make sure to thank him in chat. You're trapped now. You're trapped in the Muscle Club. Where's bloody Matt Olikers? He said he was going to join us. He said Tuesday night you need to do Racing with subscribers. So I was like, okay, Matt. And where is he? Typical guy. We're on the top it. What? Come on, guys. We need some faster people in here. We can't. You don't want to. We don't want to be everyone getting beaten by the game of muscle. It's embarrassing. Isn't Hogwarts Legacy about a billionaire getting drawn into arguments about sexuality? Isn't that what that is? I thought that was the Hogwarts Legacy. Is this someone focusing on a marginalised group rather than wealth inequality that affects everybody? So it's the real Hogwarts Legacy. Oh dear. Let's go. Whoa! Wobble the car through here. Car number 2 is driven by Loaded Relic. Thanks, Novotny. There you go. If you want to join the server, that should work. Password T. Novotny doing the mod thing. Everyone has content manager. I like face masks. I don't like face masks myself. I'm not like a sort of face mask promoter. FFP2. What's it? FFP2 is the one standard, and the other one's what? Something 90. But I'm not like a big face mask promoter, but it seems like a good idea to me if you have aerosolized substances that you might want to cover your orifice with something that's specifically designed to block aerosolized substances. It just doesn't seem like a bad idea to me, you know. Like, if I'm going to clean a toilet, I'll put some gloves on, you know? If you probably don't have to. You could just wash your hands, and there is actually quite a lot of evidence that if you wear gloves when doing dirty things, you might not clean your hands appropriately. But I think I'll wear gloves. You know? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm not passionately glove wearing promoter, but they're woke left-wing socialist agenda woke gloves. They're Democrat gloves. I'm not even American. The way that everything's been politicised is so insane. It's so mental. It's like what you get with Cristiano Ronaldo. Thank you. It's like what you get with. Oh, wait, there we go. Matt's coming now. See, I'll do this for you, Matt, and you're taking your time. It's like when, like the type of vegetarian that I am, where I'm not like a committed vegetarian, and I don't care if other people eat meat. And like, I will sometimes eat meat. This is Assetto Corsa, and. But generally, I'm not eating meat. Generally speaking, I'm mostly eating like 99% of my diet is vegetables, right? Generally, I'm avoiding eating meat, right? It doesn't mean that I'm like I'm not like passionately vegetarian, right? It's just. I do think eating meat is bad, and I do think it's unethical how we treat animals, and I would like it to be better. You know, it's bad for the environment as well, and I don't think it's sustainable. But it doesn't mean that I'm climbing up trees. Do you know what I mean? It's like this weird like thing of, and I think most people are like that with most issues. Like most people. But I don't know, not really. I like eating vegetables. It's more convenient because I don't think about meat. I just get vegetables. I just eat more vegetables. Oh no, I've made nice soup that I wouldn't have made otherwise, and I'm eating more croutons, so that's been nice. But yeah, like most people are not like singular. Do you know, like not how many. This is exactly what people do with everything. They do this with people that are like gay or trans or cyclists, gay, trans or cyclists. But like, or you know, people that are slightly on the left, but that then people go, oh well, you must be like the total, the absolute extreme of whatever those things are. And it's like no one is really. Like it's a very small number of people are mental. With whatever they do, they're like most people are a bit, you know, they're not even that focused on anything. It's so weird, isn't it? Like how many cyclists, for example, are like have the full lycra and just those like weird cyclists that block the road? It's going to be a tiny, tiny number of cyclists. Boy, what? There you go. There's a bottle of water for you. Oh no, I still have a kebab Vandis, come on. They do really good vegetarian kebabs in Germany. That's football hooligan for bottle of water. Every German cyclist. Yeah. But you know what I mean? It is weird. It's like even with me with sim racing, the gay trans cyclist used the same road as you once, and that made me very angry about the income inequality. But that's been very confusing for you. Because first of all, you'd have seen like a nice cyclist bottom in front of you, and if you might be really insecure about your sexuality, so you'd be like, oh, that's a nice bottom in lycra, and then you were like, oh, I don't know what to think. Is it a guy? Is it a woman? Are they straight? Are they gay? Are they trans? I don't know. Oh! For an insecure person, that's got to be the most confusing situation that could ever happen to them. Instead of them going, oh, it's a nice bottom, they'll have gone, oh God, I don't know what to think about things based off my pre-programming of thought. Oh God. It'd be so much easier for them to just go, oh, that's a nice bottom. Can you imagine how like bad it is? Have you seen all those like the really when they do those big conservative events and they're all on Grindr because they're all homophobic, repressed homosexuals, and so they're in they're in denial, and it's just like their lives would be so much better if they just went, oh no, I'm gay, I like men. Like they could have a happier life, but instead they're like, oh no, it goes against my interpretation of my religion and whatever my family's brainwashed me with. It's really sad actually, like that they're ruining their entire lives based off when they don't need to. It's all, you know, they could actually just be happy. So weird. Right. DD men. We've got this here. I'm underrated. Yeah, that's my I rating so low. DD men with a DD pen. DD man. Yeah, DD girl has a steering wheel. DD man has a force feedback joystick. I've got both. We rotate and we tug. It's all good. Right. Let's go racing, guys. Oh, here we go. It's filled up. Beautiful. Adam Enos giving out a setup, guys. Beautiful. Next session. I've got force feedback yoke as well. We've got everything. We've got everything. Okay, here we go. Well, based off my gay mates of mine, I don't think I could deal with the drama. It's not the same for everybody, obviously, but yeah, you know, the problem is like gay guys have the same problem that straight women have, where there'll be lots of guys that just they just want to sleep with them. They don't want anything serious, but they'll say they want something serious, but they don't want something serious, and then they just sleep with them and then they just move on. And so, you know, there's a lot of that. So it's pros and cons. I like everything. Brand's act. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We'll win. Come on. Race Room has a lot shorter light timing. Game changing video. Ah, new game changing update. That'd be fun to try. Bonk. Have I played the Nuremberg track yet? Do you mean in Race Ring? Oh, do you mean Norse Ring? Is that what you mean, Norse Ring? I've walked around that track in real life. Yeah, it's a good track. It's proper difficult to be quick on. Race Ring was one of the first games to have it because of DTM. Yeah, well, they had the official DTM license in like 2012. Zach B Racing, how's it going, man? Working and lurking. I'm working whilst twerking. You're welcome, guys. Check out Zach B Racing. He's doing he does live streaming, bit of pole dancing, bit of live streaming. Check out his channel. He's a fellow bearded bald. Well, he's not bald. He would be if he shaved his head. He's a fellow. I was going to think of something that rhymes with bearded, but all I could think of was bald. But he's not bald. He's got enough hair for two people. Bearded boy. He has a similar beard to me, actually. We could have a beard off. I think he's got a bit more beard. Bit more depth. I have to trim my beard to keep it short, otherwise I get annoyed with it. Well, whatever Adam and I is doing is probably an okay lap time. It's going to depend on the sim you're playing it in. So like 154 is probably a good lap time. Zach B Racing's the best lumberjack on Twitch. Twitch is the #1 lumberjack streamer. You're going to get a Quest 3. What should you look out for? Dead pixels, I guess. Are you on about second hand or something, you're getting one. It's the only things I know that can be issues with the Quest 3 is the battery on them can get worn out, but that'd be hard to test. And then sometimes they can have some dead pixels that you wouldn't necessarily notice straight away because of the way VR headsets work. Wear a flannel next stream, or just on your chest. Totally naked, but with a flannel. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't really know actually. You just have to pray that it's okay. Concentrating now, I'm trying to do a good lap. It's interesting now, AC's got tighter, like the grip response is a lot faster than Race Room. I think AC1 is just pretty much in the general sweet spot for like the speed at which the grip comes and goes. Oh, Matt, someone just linked it in chat. Oh, you can't find it because we're in the race. You have to wait until the race finishes. We'll make another session. Just 2 minutes to go. Stuck at 155s here. Oh, it's a bit faster. Oh yeah, I got one purple sector. Pretty good lap time, this. Woo! Beautiful. Good driving there. Where did P3 go? I'll get another server up in a bit. We'll let everyone finish the race. Awesome. Adam MR with the cheating there. What was your fastest lap time? 53.2. I needed a setup. Woo! Mabs is in third. Dave Walker fourth. Corris fifth. Loaded Retic sixth. Volta seventh. Right. How can we sponsor my expo trip? Wintech. Wintech. Well, we're just the way we're doing stuff at the moment is when people do like donations. We're adding them onto the sponsor page. So like their names will be depending on size. Like if someone does a £2 donation, they get a bronze. If they do £5, they get silver. If they do £10, they get gold, and then 50 to get their name, big name on the screen. Oh yeah, you need to change the gearing. I'm just going to set up another server. We share setup in game. Let me set up the next server, guys. We share setup for each race in the chat room in the game. Yeah, we have a donation link under the stream if people want to support us. Right. Get the next server up here. It's not that simple. It's better having an open setup and sharing it. You can have fixed setup, but then you have to make a setup for every single scenario and every car. And you can just share whoever sets the fastest time, share the setup, and that's what we do. It works out well. There we go. You ready, guys? Server filter. Okay, server's going up now. Get in there. Get in there, guys. Woo! Ooh. We've got a setup here actually. I don't know if this is a good setup, but yeah, you also have the setup app in what's it called? The setup, whatever the setup thing is. I forgot what it's called. I need another cup of tea, guys. Might make a coffee as well, actually. Tea and coffee time. Big gum. Is everyone getting in? get a lap in here. Good track, this. All right, Anthems, thanks for joining us. Red flag. Red flag. The flag has been made red. Well, Road Atlanta and Road America are both really good tracks. Look at the grass. Oh, this moth's attacking me. That nice purple sky. Woo. Mon Mothma. Oh no, it's going to bite my arm off. Hello, Floyd Dan. I have to focus when we're playing AC. Concentrating on my racing lines. We've got a lot of fuel in this car. She took some out. Dialed in. Locked in. Isn't that locked in syndrome is when you're paralysed but you're aware of it. Adam has to share his wall hack setup here. Obviously cheating as usual. Ah! That's a good takedown. I thought, sorry for that. I thought he'd drop back. Murder! Murder! I thought we'd passed him. Adam, share your setup. That's it, dead. Everyone's dead. Whoo! Who's in here? Look at this, filling up. Matt Oliker's in it. My bro. Beautiful. Nice. Oh, here we go. Adam's giving us the hack setup. Beautiful. You need to get a big mean Harley. I'd fall off it. I'd absolutely fall off it. It'd be the end of the world. It would not be a good time. Oh, here we go. Can we compete? What's the time here? 3 seconds gap. Bloody hell. Oh, I don't want to be a badass though. I'm happy being a loser. I don't. I don't feel any need to do anything. And then when they least expect it, you give them the finger. Haha, fooled you, idiots. going to have to put in a stonker here, guys. We took the fuel out. We've got the hack set up. Put the tea bag in the cup here. That is not a good place to park. Oh, we're getting faster. Still quite a bit off pace though. I think it's all about the T1. Hello, Geo22. What? Okay. Oh. I'm struggling for grip. You really have to get that entry right. Hello.
Get this man a tea, or a coffee, or maybe tea with coffee, possibly even coffee with tea, but most definitely a cup of tea.
Thanks, WND Tech. I will add you to the bronze. Thanks for the tea bag. Beautiful. Definitely could do with a cup of tea. Hey, that's some good gifts, that. Woo! I was on the limit there. I appreciate it. Oh, watch out, we're getting faster. You can join the server, yeah. Search for Gaming Muscle, the password is T. And you'll be able to get in. Still quite off pace here. A hallmark. It's all T1. We can get like 2/10 in T1 easy. Beautiful. Get in there. Hallmark and Spencer's. Come on, guys, we need faster laps. What's everyone doing? Where's the focus? Ford Focus. The problem is, the worst thing is if you get faster at sim racing, there's less people to race against. And if you get within like a second of track pace in whatever, you'll only ever find the other people that are there, and then that's like a real minority of sim racers. That's how it works. Let's add WND tech to this. To here. Thank you for sponsoring our trip. Kapow. There we go. Appreciate it, guys. Beautiful. You really dedicated it all in and you're hitting those good times. It's lonely up there. Fortunately, you don't race that much. Yeah, there will always be people faster, but what the sweet spot is being probably 2.5 seconds off pace, because you're in that area where people are not that practiced and they're making mistakes that you can then have interesting overtakes with. Yeah, we share this. The setup shared in game. It's in the chat here. Chad Risley, you're bad at this one, no excuse. This is a good track, you should be good at it. I've shared the setup in the chat room. You might need to add some fuel in for the race though. Oh, this car, you should be able to drive this car perfectly straight away. There's no excuse. No excuse. It's got a steering wheel. It's a natural vehicle. There we go. Easy. Woo! We've got a plane towing a message in front of us.
The pace car is out of control.
Ominous, thanks for following. Welcome. Appreciate the follow. Our plane's stunting. He's banking. I don't think you want to do that much banking with the banner behind you. It's gonna fall out the sky. Wonder how much drag a banner has. Wonder how much it slows the plane down by. Imagine quite a bit. Hang on, how come his car's faster on the straight? Is he running even lower downforce? This is absolute shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. It's all about setup, guys. It's not about skill, it's just setup. Life is but an aero, boy. I am an aero boy. He was an aero boy. Do you remember that song by Avril Lavigne, Aero Boy? Why am I copying him? No! 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 What? I followed his exact line. I followed his exact line. I was like, oh, I'll learn from him. I'll learn from him. I was like, he's faster than me. I'll take exactly the same line that he's taking. That'll be good. That'll be faster. Bloody hell. What a bad teacher. That's what you get, guys. That's why you got to be careful who you get lessons from. He turned me to the dark side. Too much limit. Absolutely scammed. Final corner is really easy to do that on. Matt Olikers is rowboating along. Like the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. What internet is he on? Oh, nice little gaggle in front of us. Huge error. Oh, it's Adam. He's wrecked himself. We might win this. He has the lap times, but he doesn't have the racecraft. Too much. Too many hot laps. That's what it does to you. It's the danger of hot lapping. And you're not. We come in. The chase down's real. Finish him. Fatality. Hello, Deja Vu. What? I just the default. I made some slight adjustments, but. I think we've got one more lap here. Whoa! Squeeze through. Good racing. Another 2 laps. He's not making that. Oh no. You're not making that. Oh, the amount of times I've done that as well. So stupid. Sometimes you just have to forget there's a corner and just go all in, you know. Good racing. Whoop, whoop. Whee! Good driving, guys. That was good fun. Look at the crowd. They're stunned. They don't know what they've just witnessed. They're like, that's my impersonation of the AC crowd. That was good racing. You crashed with the right setup. Who's this idiot? Good driving, guys. I think we could try a different car next. I need a tea or coffee or something. AC absolutely exhausts me. So you have to be so like precise to be fast in AC. You have to modulate the throttle so like precisely, and then the braking, and because the grip comes back faster, you have to do that more precisely and quicker with more little micro adjustments, whereas Race Room is quite drawn out and slidey. And the same with iRacing is so like, iRacing even more so, is so drawn out that you're just going, it's like, whereas in AC you're going, you know, based off with force feedback and the angle of the car. You're like on the throttle like this. It's like, it's AC. It's like so much more mentally taxing, which is what real cars are actually like when trying to drive quickly. I mean, iRacing's a joke. But on the plus side, it's a lot easier to play iRacing. Like this is so mentally taxing to faster when trying to drive quickly. This is a Megane Trophy V6, the old Megane Trophy. It's a really good car. Right, let me get another server up here. It's good fun, but it's hard. Like, I couldn't live stream AC in the equivalent of what we do in iRacing or even Race Room. I couldn't drive it for more than 4 hours. Well, maybe with some of the cars in the game, but like the more responsive vehicles, I'd just be too. Brain would be cooked. Okay, we go. I'm just setting up a server, guys. Oh no! I put shit. And there we go. I accidentally pushed a button. Load up web page. There we go. Right, server's up, or will be in a second. Beautiful. Whoops! I've launched the nukes. Whoops! Get in the server, guys. Oh. So I mean, thing is, for me, it would actually be ideal if iRacing kept. Bloody hell! It'd be ideal if iRacing kept how it was, but then just had a controllable slip. Because then I could live stream it for long periods of time. If iRacing actually made its tyre grip realistic like AC, I wouldn't be able to live stream it for very long. Get in the server, get in the server. Ooh, I have a little bit of a breather here. That was too much concentration for like 40 minutes. What, were you on Race Room? No, it's a free car. It should be linked on the server. URD Radical SR3. It's free. It's the official mod actually for Radical. It should be linked in the server on my server thing on Content Manager. It's a good. It's quite close to the real car as well. I've had passenger laps in this. And I know people that own these, and they're like, it's pretty close. That has differences, obviously, but it's all right. The cheese man himself. Oh yeah, Mr. Cheese. You only beat me because I had a attacking me. So I missed the apex. That's why I was cutting the track so much, because a moth was landing on me. I was like, wow. The old moth excuse. I think you set that moth on me. I think you you trained the moth and then unleashed it in my basement. Typical moth attack. The old moth method, deployed by many a race driver. It only works in closed top cars though. Doesn't work in a radical. The moth gets blown away. Imagine training thousands of moths. Could be the next thing for Formula 1 drivers to do. You could train them to attack the other cars. Oh, let me get you the link. Bloody hell. Get it from here. You might have to sign up and then add to cart, but it is free. Just put 0 as the price. Favourite race car, type or era? I don't really have a single one. I mean, I like 90s cars. 90s DTM's good. I like 90s Formula cars. Probably 90s in general. It doesn't really matter what it is. Maybe 90s and early 2000s is probably the best. Like 90s prototypes, early 2000s prototypes. It was just when like the technology and materials got good and the engine performance and reliability had started to get good, but they hadn't used computers for everything, so the cars were still a bit crazy. T in capital letters, TEA. Password. Yeah, modern day GT3 is really exciting. I mean, they'd be great. I keep saying this. It'd be great to drive in real life. Like, it'd be amazing to drive them in real life. But for video games, they're not so good. They're doing a real world endurance race would be amazing. You know, and also you'd really appreciate the. You'd really appreciate that the systems on it are going to mean that your teammate's less likely to ruin the car for you, and you'd really appreciate the safety of it, and you'd really appreciate the reliability. Like the reliability of modern GT3 is insane. If you think that you think this sort of 24 hours of a car being absolutely ragged, right? And they generally last the whole race, right? Whereas in the past, you would have a good, well, I don't know, you'd probably have to break it down. Like, ChatGPT probably knows. The reliability of modern GT3 is like crazy. What % of cars DNF'd from technical issues in 24 hours of Le Mans GT3? Right, let's see. It might not have the data available. Some of these statistics aren't on the internet, so. Vital statistics. Man, ChatGPT's struggling. I don't think it can find the data. Yeah, the reliability. Nismo. Well, I don't know if that's the case for if you consider electric cars. Electric cars are ridiculously reliable. I don't know if that's true though. I think you just made that up. You'd have to quantify that. Hello, Chedhead. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, Nismo. From my limited understanding of it, what tends to happen now is modern cars have a lot of electronic stuff, and the ECU does a lot of tracking and things, and the cars will report faults that would, the car's actually drivable and everything, but it reports a fault so that a person needs to take it to a garage to get it checked. So there's the perception that maybe the car's demanding that it's checked more, but in reality I think the reliability's probably pretty good. I mean, I'd imagine it's got better. So ChatGPT says 1980s to 2000s structural quality increased a lot. 2000s complexity increased, so you got new problems from complexity. Yeah, I mean you'd have to, in order to make the argument have cars got more or less reliable, you would have to quantify it very specifically. Let's say it's too broad of a... So, like, I'm sure, like, material... Like, there'll be certain parts that have got better and certain parts that have got more complicated. They might be better, but then they end up being worse. So, you'd have to quantify it. And then, for sure, there'll be, like, institutification of certain components and cost-cutting and profiteering as well, so... Yeah. Yeah, also, there's also that thing, yeah, like with some... There's that other thing with, like, when you have an older vehicle, depending how old it is, but some older vehicles might last longer, but they're less efficient, so they end up costing more, so then you'd be like, well, is it better for it to... If it's costing more anyway, what does it matter? What does it matter if it breaks, but it overall is still cheaper? If that makes sense. So that could be an aspect of it. And then, yeah, you have the aspect of like how an owner runs a car. You can have some older cars, if they're run very carefully, they might be really, really reliable. But if they run outside of that, they might have big problems. So there's so many variables, isn't there? I think that's the difficulty. I think the big thing with electronic cars, EVs, is the just fewer components, so less complexity, and so I think that in a sense is a big. But then that might not be relevant when it comes to cost, because if an electric vehicle, sometimes when electric vehicles break, that can end up costing an absolute fortune. So. Yeah, there's just so many aspects to it. Yeah, the thing that the electric motors that are used in electric cars is like 50-year-old technology now. So, and at least 20-year-old. Some of it's like newer technology, but it's at least like 15, 20-year-old technology for most of it. It's really well established. Yeah, the first ever cars were electric as well. I think, from what I understand. Yeah, they're just full of watch batteries. They're all those little pill batteries. That's it. Billions of Casio watch batteries from the 80s. There's just thousands of second-hand Casio watches. That's why they're expensive, because someone has to find all the Casio watches on the beaches from people that dropped them. It's a lot of work. Yeah. Lithium mining is people going around beaches with metal detectors. That's why if you ever go to like Devon and you go along the seaside, you'll see the people all looking for Casio watches. Yeah, exactly, Lewis. People can often get very charged when the conversation comes up. Yeah. I need to drive iRacing with the F4 car around Mugello. It's a good track. Thank you. It's the racing line. Well, good quality car. This can take a Radical in the side. What's in the new AMS2 update? We'll have to do a video on it. Game changing. Game changing. It will be game changing, won't it? Always is. I've never played a Reza update that wasn't game changing. Why does that game need temporal AA? It already runs. It already runs perfectly fine. Is it that what's happened is there's just been like a driver update from Nvidia or something? They've gone, oh, hang on, we can just stick that in. We can just stick that in and claim that it's worthwhile. I guarantee you that's what happened. Because why would you need temporal AA for that game that runs better than any other game? Oh dear. It's the one game that doesn't need it. Yeah, it makes everything like blurry around the edges. See, temporal AA, the only time it's really good is for like third-person platformer games on console. You're not really going to notice it so much. I think Project Motor Racing might do quite well, especially on console. I think it could be quite popular because from what I've played so far, it drives a lot better than Gran Turismo. Even Rennsport drives better than Gran Turismo, so I think like it coming out on console would be really good. We need more semi-realistic racing games or sims on console. Oh my goodness. Breaded battery, tempura. It's Japanese, Japanese batteries, tempura AA. Do we need a setup? Are we being aeroboyed here? For this. I mean, we need a setup, guys. We're aeroboyed. It's definitely setup and not my skills for sure. Here we go. Tyson with the aeroboy setup. Let's see.
I am the champion of the ninja.
Thank you, Master Yogurt, for subscribing. Appreciate the sub. Woo! Beautiful. Shall we find out what the most expensive race car is? That have done a full season of racing. The 1954 to 95 Mercedes-Benz W196R Stromleinwagen sold for 51 million in 2025. Okay. Well. Cheapest race car ever used in a full season. 750 Formula. A competitive season costs 3,000 to 4,000, all things included. The car simplistic. Well, I mean, the Mercedes-Benz W196R probably didn't cost 50 million when it was built. Can you imagine? Oh, I've crashed. Right, it's 50 million. Oh. Why is that? Why was it such a respected car? What's going on here? Let's have a look at a picture of this. Oh, okay. The Formula One racing. It won 9 of 12 races. Okay. Just don't be on the throttle over curbs and you'll be okay. Yeah, 49 million. Ah, that's the cat. It was full of Bitcoin. The yeah, car was just absolutely jammed with Bitcoin, and then that went up in value. That's how these things work. Absolutely Bitcoined.
Give me a bit of coin, please.
Here we go. 17 cars here. Tayson's been dethroned. What's being talked about today? Me winning. Radicals. Oh, he's gone wide. Huge error. They struggle to hustle the muscle. Tayson trying to drive away, but has he got the skills? Look at these lines. Keep the pressure on. Trying to see if we can make a little dive up the inside there. This car doesn't have enough grip for that. Trying everything, guys. Oh, he got loose. He took the defensive line and got loose. What a shenanigans. You can't hustle the game of muscle. He's got too much Brussels. We're just too radical these days. Race Room's turned us into a pro driver. 2 days of Race Room and we're just unstoppable. Muscle kerfuffle. Oh, here comes draft battles, draft wars. He's drafted right past us. Bloody hell. Absolute draft shambles, guys. Oh, we're back in front. What a race. What a draft war. Well, good driving. We'll do a race after this one, yeah. To do Road Atlanta. It's a nice cockpit, isn't it? Look at that. Looks well nice. Filth. What a git. We needed more power. Ah! Good race. Nice driving. Whew. It's a good car for close racing. I don't know why this isn't the car that everyone uses for like online ranked racing, you know. Yeah, good racing. Because it's got a good bit of draft, but it's not too easy, the draft, so you still have to, you know, work for the overtake. Top notch! Top notch! Yeah, we'll do another race. We'll do a Road Atlanta. Where's Matt Olikers? Come on, Matt. Come on, I expect more from you. Sweaty controller. Well done, guys. Well done, Dr. Longmount, Long 91 Sapper, Jimmy Jones, Freemaner, Chedhead, Volta, and Matt Olikers, top 10. Well done, guys. Let me get the next server up here. I'm going to need to get a cup of tea as well. Oh, that's our supporters for Sim Racing Expo. I didn't mean to put that on the screen. Thank you to them as well. Here we go. Let's do the same car, but we'll do a different track. We'll do Road Atlanta. We're good. It's actually a lot less effort to drive the Radical than the Megane Trophy. You have to balance it a lot more because I think the wheelbase is shorter, so it tends to want to rotate more. Whereas the Radical's a bit more stable, also more downforce, I think, so it's more of a flat spinning car, which is what the real car's like as well. So it's nice. Road Atlanta, here we go. Beautiful. Okay. Nice. Get in there. Any idea why the link to your Emperor server stats isn't working? Because I disabled the stat tracking so that people can just get into the server without any issues. Because some people were getting teabag banned from contacts and stuff, so I just disabled it for now. That's why. This is AC, yeah. Alright, server's up, get in there. People only join the server when we're racing on it, so that's the thing. Just shader patch and pure. I know people like to see numbers, but yeah. T in capital letters is the password. Woo! I need a cup of tea. Chedhead's in here, Dr. Longmount, everyone's getting in there. I'm well hungry as well. You probably need to get the latest version of, just get the shade, make sure your shader patch is up to date and make sure you have the car. Some cars you need a shader patch for them to work. It's a nice looking car, the Radical. This is the XXR version. Yeah, maybe you got the wrong version of the car. Should work. Not sure what else would cause the issue. How much is the Radical XXR? £69,000. Oh, 2024, 81,000. Brand new, 110,000. Oh. Uh, 40 to 50 hours. Engine refresh, £8,000. Gearbox every 60 hours, £5,000. Tyres, 1,200. Shit. 15 to £25,000 a year. Radical Cup with team support, 50,000 a year, plus the car. Great, we'll never be doing that. It's another nice thing to know that we won't ever do. WND Tech, how do you change your name in Content Manager? I don't know actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, I really don't know. Woo! I'm exhausted today. I don't even know why. I think his AC tires me out. AC wrecks me. AC's like the ultimate sleeping tablet. Besides the part when going over the limit, do AC1 and iRacing feel somewhat similar in terms of force feedback? In some ways, yeah, especially with Marvin's app, you know the basics of the force feedback getting weaker when you've got more slip and stronger when you've got more grip, and then like the rear tugging the wheel a bit the other way. Yeah, generally speaking. Especially with Marvin's app, the difference is more just the physics. In iRacing, the tyres just keep falling off when you push them, whereas in ACC you'll have like under the limit, then on the limit, and it's quite balanceable on the limit, and then it will snap up. It kind of does quite abruptly snap over the limit in iRacing, but then it's still controllable, and then it will snap back into under the limit quite quickly. As iRacing will go. iRacing is like super smooth onto kind of just where the limit is, and then it'll just turn off. And generally iRacing is very slidey tyres, so the force feedback will be very smooth as well in that way. But for stuff like Marvin's app's really good for like track texture and like aspects of the tyres loading up and things with iRacing. But iRacing just drives totally different. You have to just drive preemptively, and you don't really use the steering wheel to balance the car in iRacing so much. Tends to you just drive on the pedals really. It's just a bit weird. You do a lot more balancing of the vehicle in AC than iRacing. In iRacing, if you're driving like F4 car or F3 car, once you're at like mid-speed corners, then it's closer to AC, but at low speed, it's terrible. And then the netcode and everything's awful. So, in terms of actual racing, it's pretty bad. It's quite good for hot lapping though and being precise, and it's good for like rotating the rear of the car on the brake pedal. Is quite nice in iRacing, and the car's quite responsive to that. But if you over brake, the rear just turns off. You can't just... So if you over brake in Race Room, AC, AMS1, whatever, if you brake too hard so that the rears go over the limit rather than just turning in, you're just counter steering those sims. In iRacing, if you brake too hard or you're braking too long and it's just totally random, Or like let's say you're braking and you turn a bit too hard so the rears go over, the car just goes and then even when you can catch it, it's all slopped and messed up for like a second. It's just not how real cars behave at all. So you always have to be aware of that and avoid that situation, which means you can't actually push properly. Yeah, AC's netcode has its own problems. Yeah, it's got pinball. You pinball off cars, and they also rowboat in AC. But it's still not as bad as iRacing. But it's, yeah, AC is nowhere near as good as Race Room or LMU for netcode. Unfortunately, yeah. What we need is like iRacing suspension and iRacing under the limit mixed with AC1 over the limit and AC1 on the limit, and maybe AC1 force feedback or Marvin's force feedback, combined with rFactor LMU netcode and car contact, but with iRacing netcode smoothing, and then iRacing voice chat, and then the range of cars that iRacing has. That's what we need, but we won't get it. Well, so the reason why LMU cars and netcode is kind of how it is because it's like a Race Room. The cars that you have in multiplayer aren't actually cars. Is that they're 3D model examples of vehicles. They're not like the same player car. In iRacing, I'm pretty sure the other vehicles are they're actually running physics. So they're like AI cars, but they're being positioned by the server. That's why they tend to look better, I think. So, you know, it's all swings and roundabouts. It's all swings and roundabouts. You can't win. There's no winning. As a consumer, it's just losing all the way down. I need to... Can someone make me a cup of tea, please? I can't be bothered to move. I'm just chilling out here. It's nice. It's quite hot in here, actually. Might open my window a bit. Might get a cup of tea. Have a biscuit, maybe. Maybe make some porridge. Oh, porridge and a banana could be good. I don't have any flasks. I'd need to make a thermos of hot water. Lud to Jen, iRacing is like a shit nightclub with shit music, but with lots of people. There's better nightclubs, but nobody goes. Yeah, it's like if you had a nightclub in town that had really good techno and like really good music with DJs that have really thought about what they're doing, and it's really original but also really good quality, and the bar's nice and the sound system's really good, but everyone goes to the generic club in town that just plays the shittest, most generic house music, and that's where all the hot girls are, so everyone goes there, even though the actual music and the point of being in a nightclub is not that. It's definitely not a German club, that's for sure. Like there's always nice people in a German club. It's like Glastonbury. It's just full of middle class people that think they're doing a proper festival. They're like Burning Man. It's all like middle class and upper middle class that want to pretend to not be middle class and want to pretend to be doing the festival thing. And they're like, oh, look at us roughing it. Oh, we're so, and they're all like champagne socialists. And they're like, oh God, we're so hard. And then they're like, oh, but it's all right because Mummy and Daddy paid for it all. Oh, it's so hard sleeping in the tent. Now I go back to my flat that the parents have paid for. Oh, we were, you know, the police told us off. It was so hard, it's so risky. And it's like, well, yeah, but you weren't arrested, were you? Like a normal person would be. Why not get a Casso hot water dispenser? That's true. I could just put We could just put a kettle on top of the 5090. That would do the trick. Might as well use the heat for something. If you think about it, the design of PCs is really bad for heat. Like, the graphics card is below the CPU, so all the heat comes off the graphics card onto the CPU. And the reason it was like that is because when motherboards were designed originally, the CPU would be the hottest component, so you put the hottest component at the top. But now the graphics card's the hottest component, so really the graphics card should be at the top. I mean, I guess that's why you get those integrated coolers. That's an advantage of them. But yeah, it's quite funny actually. Could get delivered through the window. I'm not really rich enough for that. Oh, we got a setup, guys. Oh, we got Adam's got a setup here. We'll do that. Yeah, you can get some nice cases. Yeah, you wouldn't want your graphics card upside down. My elderly neighbours died. So that option's gone. They were like 90 something. I'd pop over and say hi to them, but then they died, so that didn't last very long. People in the 90s don't last very long. So no cups of tea from them. Yeah, we don't. Everyone else is not that old near me. Rip. Nah. Oh, Adam NR's got a new setup. Look, he's throwing all these setups at me. What's this? There we go. I'm going to get a cup of tea, guys. Maybe I'll do some gliding later as well, actually. That could be quite nice. Cup of tea and a bit of gliding. Where should we go gliding? Stonehenge. But there's not much to see at Stonehenge. I'm going to get my cup of tea. I'll be back in a second, guys. Smells well. I opened my window. It smells proper wet outside. It's quite nice actually. Tempted to go for a midnight walk. Need to get my torch sorted out. The track version's bugged. What's wrong with it? Oh, we're gonna get one lap here. I put 2 vegetable burgers in the air fryer. I'm absolutely exhausted. I don't know if it's just mental fatigue from AC or just I don't know. Really weird. Well, don't go through the don't go through the grass. It's not a lawnmower. This is a radical. You need to treat it with respect. I quite like rainy weather myself. I think a lot of people don't like the rain, but I quite enjoy it. Just need some good waterproof clothing, that's all. Quick drying trousers and shirts and some nice waterproof shoes and it's happy days. Bloody hell. A bit loose out of that. The battle. Motul. Motul. Give me the motul. What do you think we do? Do you think we can improve on this? I think we can. Oh, it's about his final corners. Third at the moment. Oh, no. Second. Not too bad. You beauty. You bugger. That's alright. That's without a cup of tea as well. We got some Spanish crispy breadsticks. Here we go. Time to perform. Bonk. Oh no, he's dropped back a bit there. It was a little tap. It was a friendly radical tap. We did go a bit deep into that corner. Bloody hell. Oh no! Everyone's dead. Oh no! The whole grid's dead. Oh, that's not ideal. They're all dead, Dave. Ain't making that. He's run out of track. Bit of draft shenanigans inbound here.
The pace car is out of control.
No, because the top 6 cars didn't crash. I can't restart for every midfield crash. Not everybody died. The top like 6 or 7 cars got through. We restart it if it's like the whole field, but Yeah. We restart races even when I'm winning, so you can't say that. I mean, I'm always winning, let's be honest. They call me the winner. Winnebago. What is a Winnebago? Like a holiday house? Thanks for following and subscribing. Welcome. Chatbot. Oh, he's getting loose. He's loose on that. Whee! Oh, is he making it? Oh, what a git. How did he make that stick? Good overtake. Round the outside of there is crazy. Blue flag, le blue flag, no battle. Le blue flag. Oh man, I'm slow through that. Oh dear, this is not how you the blue flag. Blue flag disaster. There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, that is certainly one way of being a back marker. Oh dear. That'd be a new radical. Testing the honeycomb crash structure. Hello Andrew, how's it going, man? Classic back marker move. A tale as old as time. Beauty and the back marker. I need more power. Oh no! What a catch! Great recovery there. Bloody hell. That's called being on the limit. Or some might say a little bit over the limit. Only a little bit though. Only a tiny bit over the limit there. Almost imperceptible. Imperceptibly over the limit there. Do you know what I mean? Really have to analyse that in slow motion. Bloody hell, I think I've noodled my tyres. Oh, Dr. Longmount's coming to finish me off. I was pushing the limit a bit too much. We went too far, guys. Boys and girls, we went too far. Ladies and gentlemen. Final lap here. We'll get a good, strong and stable second place. We'd have been mega dead in our racing if we'd have done that, but it's alright. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Bloody hell, I tripped over the wheels. I think we wrecked. Our tyres were like really wrecked from this big slide we did. Bonk! Oh no, it's spooky. Good racing there. Let's have a look at the results. That was good job, guys. G. Adam NR in first, Dr. Longmount second, myself third, Sapper fourth, Lol 91 fifth, Nick Wheeler sixth, Chedhead seventh. Well done. Freema 8th. Voltar 9th. Nice. Nice driving. Nice racing. Yeah, third place. Still opinion zone. Right. Not sure what to do now. I feel like doing maybe a bit of gliding for a bit. Feel like my brain's a bit cooked from AC. It was good racing though, guys. Nice bit of racing there. Yeah, we could do a bit of gliding. Gliding to the max. Where should we go for a glide? Well, I'd have to put the rudder pedals on actually. Yeah. My bro. Yeah, good race. You need to practice, Matt. You need to practice. Your skills have gone rusty. You need to brush up on your... Oh, my biscuits have fallen over. You need to brush up on your racing and your radical. Months up the ass. No. I mean, that's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Oh man, I'm pooped, guys. Like, well, I'm not that tired. I'm just low energy. Just like Microsoft Flight Sim. Now, where can we go? Yeah, we got rudder pedals. We'll just swap them over. I'll get my glider preset. We have these pedals here. It's my rudder pedals. They just lift in front of the pedals. So it's windy because we're flying. You can hear how windy it is out there. Look at that. That's how it's done. See. Woo. I'll put my joystick on the camera. Camera's so far away. Here's the joystick. Then we got the rudder pedals down here. Woo! Beautiful. Top-notch stuff. Could do with getting my burger, actually. Where's that? Is that it looks like one of the national parks in America. I like how Flight Sim's intro video has tearing in it. You'd have thought if you were going to record like your load screen that everyone's going to see, A, you'd think you'd record it all at the really high quality without compression, and B, you'd think you'd record it without any tearing. It's pretty funny. Oh well, that's Microsoft. They'll give everyone a Microsoft. Right, let's do some gliding in New Zealand. That'd be nice. That'd be awesome, actually. We could do glider. Well, this needs updating, actually. Oh, we should have got the latest version. Where is it? Got friends. Which one is it that we normally use? Discus 2C, I think it is. Ah, this one's the one with the motor in it. Configure. Yeah, my joystick's going mental. Launch method. I think this aircraft works. One of them doesn't work. Oh, thank you, Microsoft. Right, where should we go? You can use. We did a video on using racing. That's Japan, not New Zealand. It's me literally mistaking Japan for New Zealand. They look the same. Look, there's New Zealand. Look at this, Japan. It's basically the same. What a brain fail. We can fly from. There's some nice ridges here. Oh, you know, as soon as we click this, it's going to mess up. Custom. We have. Go for 10 knots. South east. I think that'd be. What's southeast? Go into the southeast. So that's about. That should be good. Yeah. Wrong New Zealand. We could go from here, Manapuri, to Watford Sound, and Watford Sound's really supposed to be nice. We've flown through there before, actually. We could go to Jamestown. Autodrome. Oh yeah, we've seen this in videos. People fly along here. So we'll do that. We'll go from we're gonna fly from Watford. Where is it? Manapuri to Jamestown in the Discus 2C from Got Friends. Set the weather to be afternoon. Should look nice, actually. And we're going to actually add that there. We'll kind of fly through the hills. We're going to work our way through here. Probably fly along this here. Oh, you have to do it in the right order, don't you? Oh, does this not work? No. Good job, Microsoft. Oh dear, Microsoft, you kill me every time. Oh dear, this has gone mental now. It's gone insane. Right, so we're gonna go from there. We can fly up here. Ah, well, we'll just put those in and we'll make our own way. Could try flying through this. Yeah, we'll just make our own way. Hello, Kiter Racing. Alright, thanks, Philip. You too. Here we go. Let's hope this... Let's see if this plane works. It's supposed to set us off. Oh dear. Okay. Turn that off. Flaps. Down. reset this. Right, we're good. Nothing else that we need. Got that's all set. Here we go. Let's hope this plane works. We've got the wind's blowing to the right, so that's good. Here we go. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. We're going gliding. Are you excited? I am. There we go. There we go. Let's get our. We want the release button. Tow cable release ready, just in case. Although this is beautiful. Woohoo! We're going. Look at that. Yeah, the turbulence a bit strong. Might need to adjust the turbulence on this. Joystick's having a right wobble. Feels good. Bit too snappy. I mean, force feedback's so good. This is top notch. Look at these clouds, look great as well. We're gonna turn the turbulence force feedback down. It's a little bit crazy. Oh no, hang on, that was the wrong thing. Oh shit, we need to follow behind here. Can we use my left hand for this? And then we can hold the joystick. Whoa, bit too low there. Where's turbulence? He's waved us off. It's to separate. Why have we got so much turbulence? Landing gear up. Oh, maybe it's from the landing gear. No. Don't know why we're getting so much shake on the joystick here. Is it airflow? Oh, maybe it's propeller vibration. Airflow and turbulence. Where's that? Oh, maybe it's a bug with a... Oh, I think it might be propellers because this has a propeller on the front. Ah, it was the propeller. Because this aircraft has a propeller on the front of it. But it's bugging out in the wind. There we go. Right, at least we fixed that. That was weird. Hello, Stu Murphy. Oh, this should work. This should be good. There we go. Where are we going? Straight ahead, I think. We need to find some thermals so we could head under these clouds. Look at this. Looks amazing. It's what people in New Zealand have this to like look at. This is New Zealand Raceway. What's the... Where's the wind coming from? Behind it to the left. We need to go to the right here to get lift off these hills. Let's get the map up properly here, actually. Oh, I see what's going on. The pink line is just where we're pointing, with the dotted line. It's actually, this is different now. This is taking the path from Flight Sim and then adding it to the computer. That's updated. So wind is actually coming from our right, so we need to go on the left here. Oh, we found a thermal. What's this? Just got in after seeing one battle after another. RT reviews are excellent. Hey? Okay, we're not really getting much off that. Let's just go along this hillside. We should be able to get some lift off this. There we go. Getting some lift here. Not really. No, it's not really a risky aircraft because you know what altitude you're at, and you know how long you can glide for, and you know where to land or where you can land. So gliders are at, you know exactly what's going on. You're not got an engine, so you're not. The problem with an engine is you'll be like, oh, you expect it to work, but it's something that can break. The glider doesn't have an engine, so you've got rid of that problem already, you know. Gliders can fly like This one's like 42 glide ratio, 42 to 1. It's honestly insane. The only bad thing with the glider is if you were caught out by weather, but obviously you pay attention to that. What kind of magic? Oh, I see, yeah, they are magic. I mean, look at this. It's awesome. We should get some, so you can see on here the big arrow, the cursor, that's the direction of the wind. Makes things a lot easier for knowing where the wind's going to come from. You see the speedo in the middle. Basically you want to be flight for maximum efficiency. We kind of want to be at like 80 really. So we're flying a little bit low out of efficiency for maximum flight, best glide ratio. Depends how heavy the glider is as to what's the most efficient speed. We should get some lift off these hills though. As we hit these. They're not perfect hills for lift. But we should start to get lift in a second. As we come around here. There we go, we're starting to get a bit of lift. So this thing on the right tells us if we're going up or down, the vario. We're climbing at 0.3 knots. I don't know over what time period, but we should get some more lift over this hillside and then we'll circle around here, get a bit of altitude and then go to the next one. Awesome. So I'm just going to glide straight across that other hill actually. London to New York in a glider, I don't think you'd have to start in the upper atmosphere. Might be a bit tricky. You could do cross-country flights in a glider. You could fly from UK to like China in a glider. You just need mountains and good weather. You don't typically tend to get good thermals over ocean. So, you know. You probably could glide across the Atlantic though. There might be like certain conditions that would allow for it. If you could, it'd be the difficulty would be getting the glider up to an altitude. Yeah, don't glide into an iceberg. That's the real danger. Let's zoom along here. This is the way to travel though. It's actually how everyone in New Zealand travels. We're about to get a bump draft from the wind when we get to this hill. Hopefully, as soon as we hit this, we should get some good lift. Yeah, Simo gives you vibrations for different things. Like landing gear, flaps, thermals. Here we go, we're getting a little bit of lift off this hillside. Beautiful. Then we'll just turn around here on this hillside a bit. Get a bit more altitude. I might actually just be able to follow the hillside. Oh, we'll just follow the hillside. Got three knots of lift. I don't know what it's over, like knots per minute, per hour. Not quite sure. Anything over 3 is pretty good. Turn the. Do you guys like the beeping? I do. Happy beeping. We can turn that back down. Jeez. I like having on just a very low setting. Get a good speed going here. So normally with gliding, the thing is you want to be going. The idea is to have lift but still be going quite quickly. That's what glider racing. They're just trying to cover as much distance as possible. But the faster you go, you pass a point of maximum efficiency. So there's like a sweet spot for efficient gliding. But if you've got more lift, you can go faster. What a way to go, loose wheels. Perfect. It's well nice. This is New Zealand. The wind is kind of in the wrong direction a bit though. It's a bit behind us. Actually not in the best of positions here. We really want the wind to be from the right to the left, but it's kind of behind us. Whoa, what bloody hell, what is that? Yeah, that's the problem with that. Yeah, so now the wind's behind us, that's not ideal. There's a sleeping policeman. Might be able to use the lift off this hill to then go across to the next hill. We'll see. This ridge here. This might work. Here. Yeah, there we go. You can do it because the wind's hitting this side on. So we can follow up this and then hopefully get a bit of height and then make it to the next group of hills. Skills, guys. Glider skills. Tis. Who doesn't like a good beat? Life is a beat. Need to try and, if we can get up this mountain range, then we should be able to make it across the others. We are gaining height a bit. We're at what does it say? $3,200. We picked like the worst angle. We picked the worst angle of the wind possible for this flight, I think. Oh well. You don't always get to choose where the wind comes from, do you? Getting a good climb up these hills here. It's like Jurassic Park. We need to get the Jurassic Park ad on that, actually. Would be good. It's very risky flying through this. I haven't done any real glider flying, no. Maybe one day though. We're very close to stalling here. This is a demonstration on how you probably kill yourself in a glider. This is Microsoft Flight Sim, yeah. What I'm doing now is absolutely what you would not do in a real glider. You would not fly yourself up a dead-end gully and you would not do very low speed tight turns with a mountain in your face. Game of Muscle does, though. Somehow we found some magical lift in this little crevice, so I'm taking it. Further out so we don't fly into the hillside. Not quite sure why there's lift here. But there is. Might try we can go back down the valley we came out and then see if we can get high enough. Although actually we're doing all right here. We're climbing here somehow. We might be able to get over the top of this if we keep turning around here, as long as we don't fly into the hill. We might get just enough altitude. In reality, this side of this mountain should be terrible for lift. It's such a bad idea. This is like the worst idea ever. Genius. We climb. We might make it over this. Oh, there's a nice little lake on top of this hill. Oh, look at this mega lift. Let's go. Can't believe this is working. We weren't planning to get stuck in these hills, but once you get higher, we should be getting more of the average wind that's blowing against this hillside. So it should get even better. We've got five knots almost of lift. But yeah, once we get a bit higher here, then we can circle around this and we should... There might be a thermal as well, there's some clouds there, but we're a bit... I'm not sure if you really get thermals in this, on mountains like this. Let's go, look at this. Treated to a beautiful view as well. You have to work for it in a glider, guys. You don't just get given. You don't just get given the view. You have to actually earn it. You have to earn your altitude. Woo! Yes! Mega lift. What a climb. Good ASMR. Gliding is good for relaxing. I wonder if there's a thermal here as well. Let's try turning around under it. Yeah, this is the ultimate AMS2 simulator. How come you're still awake, Coyote? It's well past your bedtime, you naughty boy. How high are we now? 6,000 foot? It's time to go for the next lot of hills. So there's a bit more lift here, then we'll go for the next lot. Let's go off. Continue. We're trying to go in this direction. Some speed up here. $100 knots, let's go. Make across on the right here actually, then zooming. 130 knots. Let's go. They are time sinks, yeah. Well, because you're just like, oh, well, we just got to do a little bit longer to get to where we plan to land. Just a little bit longer. Oh, no, I need to get more altitude, a bit longer. Get over this ridge on the right as well. We literally picked the absolute worst direction of wind for this. Imagine hiking round here. It's crazy. Whee! This is well good. We're zooming. Difficult we have here is that we still need to climb a bit more. Sounds like you're in a jet plane when you're going above 100 knots. If we can get to the other side of these hills in front of us, we're good. We're going to have to climb over here though. This hill in front of us should have some lift on it. Let's go. Yes. Hello MMK, we're in New Zealand here. We made it over a mountain. We were super jammy. We managed to find like a lucky bowl of lift. Kellogg's bowl of lift. It was a total fluke. Now this is Sim Update 3 we went back to. Just to test some stuff. To get a bit more altitude here so we can get over this. If we get over these hills, we yeah, if we can get over these hills, we're good to get to the airport. Top notch. It's been a nice flight though. No one likes gliders for viewership. It always kills the live stream. I'm having fun. Basically, whenever I'm having fun, no one wants to see that. It's just like, oh, that's boring. He's doing his glider thing. Oh. Hello, Hell Knight. They're like, oh, he's in the glider. Oh no. There's no jeopardy, he's just having fun flying around hills and it looks nice. Don't want that. We want to see Game of Muscles suffer. We want to watch him have an aneurysm combating 12-year-olds in iRacing. That's what we want to see. Can we get over this hill? Yeah, what's the point? I'm tempted to get the Jurassic Park Orbex, but it's like £20. But I think it could be fun as a video, as a live stream though. Do you know what I mean? You could do like a helicopter flight around Jurassic Park or something, visit the islands and do like a Jurassic Park evening or something. So we'd have to do it as a whole as a whole thing. Oh, here we go. We can get through this little gap. I feel like that's a trap though. It's a trap! Let's get some more altitude first before we trap ourselves. You get these really nice areas in New Zealand where it's like sort of like calderas on top of the hills. It's really interesting geography. It's not just like a mountainside, it's like a corner of mountain and then a flat area with like a little stream going through it. Seems quite common. Come across quite a few of them. A lot of them have lakes in them as well. Wonder if anyone lives on them. Probably do. Oh no. Right, let's just go for it. let's just commit ourselves to this. Should be downhill. We're going for it, guys. Whee! I like the sound of this when you're going quick. We really want to be on the other side of these hills. This is going to be a bit of a shit. We're kind of half okay. Let's see. Just get over this. Bloody hell. It's close. Flight Sim 24. Oh no, we want to be on the right. Oh, is there thermal here? Be able to use this hillside here for a bit of lift. Flight Sim's the latest one, yeah. Oh, I hope there's some lift here and this isn't too much of a dead end. It's a dead end. Get some lift though. In reality, the air in this would be really turbulent. In reality, this would be terrible. Look
The
at
pace
me,
car is
killing
out of
myself.
control.
Well, you just wouldn't fly into some of these valleys in real life. It'd be just, you don't fly into a dead end where you can't reach an airfield. But this is a simulator, so it doesn't matter. We can do dangerous flying. It's all good. If we're lucky, look at that. If we're lucky, the hill in front of us might give us some lift. There's a field down there to land in. You'd have to just get a helicopter to pick you up. Excuse me, I'm stuck in a field. Can you pick me up, please? Certainly, sir. That'll be £600. Oh. Yeah, we are finding a bit of lift off this hill here, which is nice. Yeah, but to be fair, nothing in the UK is going to eat you, is it? So normally, like, when it comes to like day-to-day living, that lame is actually pretty good. Oh look, we're not going to get invaded. Nothing here is going to eat us, and we can put carrots in the ground and they grow all year round. Okay, I think we'll stay here. Good idea. Well, New Zealand, you're forgetting about the Saragon, and also you're forgetting about the orcs, and then the like ginormous mosquitoes. Hello, Thomas, and then rogue sheep. Do you know what I mean? Pretty dangerous. There's lots of stuff in the water that can eat you. We don't have that problem here. I get tickled by a seal in the UK. That's about it. You have to really like turning around in circles if you enjoy gliders. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a glider in a thermal, right round. As the famous song went. Do you remember it? Whoops. Keep the string straight, guys. Fly the string, fly the string. Fly the string. I need a t-shirt that says that. Fly the string. Stupid saying. Fly the string. Fly the ball. In planes they say fly the ball. And in a glider, fly the string. Helicopter has a string as well. No balls in a helicopter. Apart from the pilots. Back to 4,000 foot here. 3,700. Fly the string. Ding-a-ling-ling. This is basically iRacing Oval, but in the air and in the wrong direction. Oh, no. You do have... This is the right direction for Oval, isn't it? In fact, most Oval is counterclockwise, isn't it? I don't know why. We're proper cheesing the lift here. Cheese that lift. Oh, look at that. I'll be lazy. I'm going to use my... Here's me tugging on my joystick. I could have just used my trim. Yeah, it's like that lazy joystick. That's one of the best things with a force feedback joystick is having a trim button. It's really satisfying. It's dumb, but it's really satisfying. You just set it and it'll hold the position that you're holding the joystick in. Really nice. And then you don't need to do much. You have to tug on your stick. I don't know if a glider has trim. I imagine it does for vertical, but I don't know if it has like full left-right trim. Like a helicopter. If we make it over these hills in front of us, can we make it over that yet? It's close. A few more turns, we can make it over that, what's right in front of us now. If we can make it over them... Oops, we're going too slow. If we can make it over them, we'll... should be able to make it to the airport, I think. It's been a beautiful flight. 1 hour, 13 minutes. This is the problem with gliding. You're like, oh, this is nice. And then it's like, oh, 3 hours later. You really do get a sense of progress with a glider. Okay, right, here we go. Let's go for it, guys. Over the hill and far away, Game of Muscles glider comes to play. I think we should just make it over there. It's a bit close. It's the next one that's the problem. The sink on the other side. Look at that, the old glider's just flopping down. There we go. Oh, this is perfect. Look at this one. Does it? Yeah. Well, this is what when the glider profile settings, look at that. Holy shit, what's that lift from? Is that from the thermal? Bloody hell. Okay. I think this is cloud. Okay, we'll take this thermal. Jesus Christ. Mega thermal, guys. Okay. Merry Christmas. 8 knots of lift. 9. Bloody hell. Oh my goodness. We're going up! We're off to the moon! We're off to the moon, guys! Super thermal. Look at this cloud. Bloody hell. 12? It'd be like 2 G's of lift.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Jesus Christ. $13, bloody hell. Imagine if it's going up even more. Imagine what that would feel like in real life. 14 knots of lift. Jesus Christ, look. It's like the microwave's got overclocked. 14? What? What's going on? What is this thermal? Oh no, the kettle's boiled. 70,000 foot, I think, is the highest a glider's been. Maybe even higher. Very high. We can make it basically. Well, we might as well keep climbing whilst we're getting there. Might as well just take this whilst we can, and we can speed glide back to the where we're going. My chat broke? Which chat broke? Oh, is my Twitch chat broken? Oh no, we've been missing Twitch messages. Someone on Twitch say hello. I think I'm just rude. Oh, the overlay. No, it's working. It's just very slow. Hey. It's YouTube. YouTube's broken on the overlay, but Twitch is working on the overlay. Yeah, there you go. No, it's working. See? Just had a little pause. How nice. It was on holiday. Don't worry about it. Look at this. Yeah. He was too excited by the thermal. Bloody hell. How good does that look? Nothing on the UK though. Do you know what I mean? Let's be honest, the UK looks a bit better than this. Well, that was a nice surprise, getting that thermal, taking us all the way up. You have to admit it though, this is probably not the best location for getting a good cup of tea, you know. How is it different? How's the mod different? They're just like subtle things like the systems they have on them, the LCD screen and all the options you have on the glider, and then the way the glider's affected by thermals and stuff, and how its gliding performance and how it responds to the air brakes and things. Just a bunch of subtle stuff. If you were playing with a gamepad casually, you probably wouldn't notice, but if you do like actual, you know, if you do gliders a lot, then it's stuff that you'd probably quite enjoy. And it's just nice texture work. They just fly nicer. They're still not exactly the most realistic, but you know. This is so much better than a plane. Like, because you don't really know what's going to happen. With a plane, it's a bit boring, isn't it? It's like, oh well, I'll put the engine on and then we'll just go from here to here. Okay. Whereas with a glider, you're like, oh, you know, you just don't know if you're gonna. Well, a helicopter's different. See, a helicopter's again. It's got the thing with the plane, but you're flying close to the ground. You're navigating stuff all the time, so you're being quite active with the controls. Whereas, again, with a plane is like a van, really. Unless you're in a dogfight in World War II, you're not really doing anything. It's like driving down a motorway, which I know some people enjoy that, so that's fine. But you know what I mean? That's really what it is. But it's not even driving down a motorway, because you're not even having to do anything. In Euro Truck Sim, you're having to follow the lane. You're having to check for other cars. You're having to go to toll booths and things, right? Even going down a motorway is actually like the only thing in let's say a passenger jet, you would be air traffic control would be like, right, you need to do this flight path and you'd do that. And so landing and taking off is quite active, relatively speaking. In the real aircraft, it's obviously a lot more. But in a sim, you know, fair enough, air traffic control and stuff. In real life, there's a lot going on because you're constantly checking that it's not going to break. You're constantly checking the weather. You'll be looking out for other aircraft. You'd be shitting yourself of not wanting to break the rules. You know, but in a sim, there's just not much there. That's the thing. So, in a sim, I don't think they really work that well. They need more game mechanics in order to make a bog standard plane actually make more sense. Whereas a glider has the mechanics of the weather, and you try. It's genuinely a bit of a challenge. It's not a hard challenge, but it's a little bit of a challenge. Like what we did there, we had to backtrack to find the hills facing the wind, and then turn enough to get over the hill. And I was trying to do that relatively as quick as possible. So, you know. And then we didn't know that we were going to get that mega lift off that big cloud, or the thermal under the cloud. So that was nice. It was a nice surprise. We were getting a really nice view, which I didn't have that planned out. So there was a bit of unexpectedness to it, you know. I have, yeah. Flying 200 people across the Atlantic to and from some busiest airports is... Driving a Ford Transit is harder. It is once they're in the air. Yeah, a road car is genuinely harder. They set autopilot, Novotny. They literally set autopilot and they're just watching the plane. It genuinely isn't hard. As I just explained, doing all like the communication to like setting up the plane, getting ready for takeoff, programming the computer, making sure everything's fine, doing the check of the aircraft before it takes off. All that stuff is obviously on another level to driving a van, but the actual flying of an aircraft at cruising altitude, which is 90 in terms of time, majority of the time, the pilot's there in case something goes wrong, and most of the time it doesn't. And again, in real life, if it goes wrong, it's going to be very spectacular. In a sim, it doesn't matter in a sim. So what I'm saying is the majority of what you're doing. So whereas in Euro Truck Sim, the majority of what you're doing is more complicated than if you're playing Flight Sim. We're not even talking about real life. I didn't say they weren't, you pedantic knoblet. The point is also, we're talking about games, not the real activity. Euro Truck Sim, from what you're doing moment to moment, is far more involving than Microsoft Flight Sim, right? It's difficult to argue that. But a glider, you're having to be constantly attentive, so that's why I think it's more engaging. Also, you have to think, if you're a truck driver, you have to like not get caught by the police because you've got that body of the person you picked up, right? So you have to find a place to dump the body, and that's quite technical. To do that without getting caught, that is actually a pretty difficult skill. So you can be forgetting that part of it. It's easy to overlook that. Also, for the truck driver to then not get caught by their wife when they pick up a disease, right? That's another part. They have to go to a clinic, they have to get cured, they have to hide that from their wife. So, again, that's not going to happen at 60,000 foot in the air, is it? Unless there's a layover. So that is possible then, I guess, but, you know. Novotny hasn't thought these things through fully, really. That's the thing. This is nice, isn't it? Look at this coastal view. I think at this altitude, well, we're like 7,000 foot. I think above above 2,000 foot, Flight Sim starts to look really, really good. That is true. Flight Sim people have some of the worst mental health at Flight Sim. Pilots have really bad mental health and like instability and stuff in their relationships because they're always just there's a lot of they're never in one place. Oh, well done, Novotny. Costs a lot to do to be a pilot. Well, you can still do pilot now. You can still work towards getting a private pilot's license. There's no point having regrets. Je regrette rien. You know the song. Yeah, but who knows if it would have worked out or not worked out. And maybe paying for it makes it better. I know you're just saying it as a figure of speech, but you wouldn't have got on in the RAF because you're a bloody socialist. You'd have gone mental. I know people that were like I've spoken to a few RAF pilots, like Red Arrow pilots, and people that were doing cadets, and they're always a bit up their arse. It's the type of person that gets into RAF tends to be like upper middle class. Oh no. Wow, that explains so much. That's why you're so bad at Counter-Strike. Typical guy. Well, the runway's in front of us somewhere. It's over that hill. Probably a bit of a grass strip. Unless we were lied to by our flight planner. Should be over this hill. This has been a nice flight. 1.5 hours, 2 hours in a glider is pretty good actually. That'd be so satisfying in a real glider if you could get a mega thermal and then you're just like, oh, floating around, enjoying the view. Yeah, I think I've been here before actually. There's quite a lot of tours go from this area, like helicopter tours, I think. another mega thermal. Look at these clouds. We're in New Zealand. We're just finishing a 1.5 hour glider flight. It's pretty awesome actually. We're coming towards the airport to land, and then might do some iRacing actually. The F4 at Mugello. I don't think I've got Mugello, but it could be fun to do. Getting nothing and having to come back after every 5 minutes. Yeah, I've watched some videos on YouTube of people doing that, and they're like flying around looking for a thermal or some lift, and then they're like, well, let's just go back. It's really funny. What's my longest ever stream? Like 22 hours or something? We did iRacing once for like 20 hours. F4 at Donington. We did like 23 races in a row. It was alright actually.